Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How's everybody doing? Everybody feeling good? Hopefully. Hopefully you are. I'm feeling good. This music makes me feel just magical, doesn't it? I'm trying to get our Nightbot working. I don't know why he's not. Let's try exclamation point Cole. Did that work? Sure didn't. Okay, well. Oh, wait, here, yes, it is working. Dude, okay, there we go. It's working now. How's everybody doing? How's everybody? Hopefully you are having a good day. I pissed off. Oh, is my second mouse dead? No, it's just on sleep. I pissed off a good number of Sony ponies last night. I didn't even think I said anything that aggressive, but apparently I did. I basically said that the DualSense Edge controller that PlayStation sent me is kind of like laughably bad, and I really, really don't like it. And you would have thought that I came out and said like that Elden Ring was a child's game. Like, I don't even know what you compare it to. People freaked out, and I don't know why. Because it's like, I feel like I justified it pretty well. It's just like, especially these function buttons, these paddles on the bottom, the reason it's called the DualSense Edge, these paddle, like, edge buttons, they're function buttons. So the way you route it is like you hold down the function button, and then you press triangle or X or circle or square or whatever. And I honestly don't know what on earth you would use that for. And that's like the default use for those function keys. And then there's only one paddle on the back on each side. And I like, when I use paddles, to use middle fingers for the top row of buttons or paddles, and then the ring finger on the back. And the whole point is that then you don't have to take your thumbs off of the joysticks while you play. It's great. That's why I love the Elite Series 2 controller. But with this, there's only one set of paddles, and then these edge buttons that you can't really use. So just across the board, it doesn't make any sense. The one cool thing is that you can replace the, oh, I actually set this up. Hold on. See this? See this? I set this up so that I can do like these close-up angles. But the one cool thing is that you can lift up these paddles just like that, and then the whole joystick comes out just like that, which is pretty cool. I'll give him that. That's kind of cool. I don't break controllers enough to really justify that, considering this is $200. I just don't run into that enough to really feel like I would say this is worth it. But some people I've heard break controllers so frequently that is a problem. The other thing is this glossy finish is so dirty after just a day of use. It doesn't come through, but this thing is like a shiny, slippery gloss finish. And so because that's right where your palms sit and your fingers touch, it gets real nasty real quick. It's just a weird choice. But what are you gonna do? Piss off Sony ponies, apparently. that's apparently what you got to do. Oh yeah, now I was gonna tweak this. Hold on. I tried upgrading cameras yesterday, and I ran into a problem because my upgrade would require not just swapping out the cameras, which are in that box back there, but also apparently like there's no consumer grade 4K 60 capture card for cameras. So I'd have to buy like 2 to 3 different 4K 60 hertz gaming capture cards that each take their own PCIe slot, which would require like a super motherboard. Like I don't even know what would do that. So just didn't really work out. It's a bummer because I like upgrading cameras, but it's just not in the cards, unfortunately. Shayla, thank you for the 199. Hey Luke, I'm in class watching right now. Oh, you rebel. You rebel. accidentally turned the audio on. Let's see. I may have made a very bad decision. I pre-ordered Dead Space. I think it depends on where. You pre-ordered it. Because I've heard that there might be some problems with the PC port, but we'll see. Watching from South Africa. Love the streams. Oh, awesome. Thank you. I'm glad to have you. That's so cool. I don't know why. Oh, wait. Hold on. Do I need to just crop this? Is that the plate? There we go. Okay, let's catch up on some stuff real quick because we have a handful of little pressing news items I want to touch on, specifically about the day before. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but the day before had some insane stuff go on, and I want to run through all of that. I mean, it's insane if you've been sticking your head in a hole. Otherwise, it's very, very predictable. Apparently, like, the game's moderators, like, on their Discord, their community's Discord, are starting to freak out because they think, like, people are starting to think that it might be fake. Like, the whole game might be fake. It's a little funny. So we'll run through that. And then, of course, we have a ton of news about Hogwarts Legacy. I got people really hyped yesterday because I tweeted out last night. I was like, expect some Hogwarts Legacy stuff tomorrow. I'm hearing rumblings. And then sure enough, today a ton of stuff drops. I'm not a savant. No, I did not go to the event. But it doesn't take a genius to figure out, like, on the one hand, a bunch of, I guess I could just show you, a bunch of, here, pull this up, a bunch of these exclusive Hogwarts Legacy creators started tweeting out pictures last week or so of them at Universal Studios in Los Angeles, and they were at the park and seeing everything, getting their PC build set up for the game. You see this. It's like, this is one in particular. You guys might recognize this guy. He runs Expecto Go with, I believe, his wife. And they cover Hogwarts Legacy exclusively. They've been very, very into it. And he was even on that one showcase. Did I move it? I swung it too far. Now I'm slightly crooked. Hold on. It's not a Luke Stevens stream unless he's slightly out of frame, right? So this was kind of cool. And you see, how do I do this? I want to open image and new tab. This guy's living his best life. Or maybe a lady. From a distance, it looked like a man, but I think that's a woman. I'm so sorry. I'm terribly sorry. This actually is not that crowded, honestly. I've been to this park in LA, and I've also been to the one in Orlando, and this, it really is not that crowded. I'll give him props. Based on the sunlight, it looks like this is probably very, very early in the morning. But that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'm jelly. I was supposed to go to this place, like, never mind. Anyway, so they started posting all of these pictures, and what really sold me on that there was news coming was this on January 19th, where all of the Hogwarts Legacy creators, like all of them, oh, hold on, it's cropped. That's why it was looking weird on stream. There we go, that's weird. All of them started showing pictures like this, where they were out and about. Did I miss the invite? Did I not check my spam folder? No. So to be clear, this is an event they did just for Hogwarts Legacy creators, like the hardcore people where this is all they cover. I just inhaled my own throat. So that's cool. I don't have a problem with that. You know, if you commit your entire YouTube channel to like Fallout 5 or to Starfield, I think it's fair that they invite you to a special event. I don't have a problem with that. It's whatever. Who cares? But I mean, they also gave access to some other big outlets, which I appreciate, because if they just were letting like the most fanboy of the fanboys in, then there might be a question of like, well, are they just trying to preach to the choir? Like, what's going on? But I don't think that's what they were doing here. I think they just saw that these people are crazy fans of it and really love the game already and are hyping it up. And so they said, okay, well, as a thank you to you guys for helping us get this game hyped, let's fly you out, take you to the park, and give you access to the game early, which is cool. Which is really cool. I'm very happy for them, and they've been working their asses off. I do hope that they find a way to transition, because they are very, very nice guys and gals, and I hope that they get the game that they are hoping for. I really hope it lives up to the hype. And apparently a lot of them have positive things to say. So we shall see. We shall see as we go through it. But all of this stuff, I mean, started to really make it clear there was something going on. I spoke to a couple of these guys. You know, I did a collab with Retro, and I was talking with a couple of these people as well about possibly doing collabs. And they all told me that they were going to be in LA. Like separately, they told me they were going to be in LA, like this past week, which to me, I was like, what are the odds that all of the Hogwarts Legacy creators are going to LA at the same time for unrelated reasons? Okay. Okay. And sure enough, it looks like they got access to the game. They tried it, and they've confirmed a bunch of stuff that we're gonna check out and discuss. So it's gonna be pretty cool. You see some screenshots from my Hogwarts Legacy 2-hour hands-on preview. This game is stunning and hopefully has photo mode. Bunch of different pictures. We'll look at the gameplay section in just a moment so we can actually see what it's like. Flew around a little bit. Cutscenes don't look bad. Expecto. This one, we'll see if they actually fix the audio compression, because that was really annoying. But we'll take a peek at that. And here, Dueling Dragons. That's pretty cool. I really hope this isn't a game that has this beautiful overworld, but then most of the missions take place in like dark caves like this. I hope that that's not the case, but we shall see. So all this happened. People got really hyped. People got really excited, and we're going to check it out today. I guess as a reference to Jacob and Rocky, if you're watching this, that first little prologue of this Hogwarts Legacy thing, we'll cut that out and we'll stitch that onto the beginning of when we go through the gameplay and footage later. But I first want to run through this stuff here about, oh boy, about the insanity that is the day before. Okay. I'm going to turn down the Hogwarts Legacy music just for now, because it's probably not in line. His review is great and talks about a lot of his issues. Well, and that's good. I'm really glad, Christian, because I had a really good talk with Retro, and he's a great guy. And I think he was really trying to, he's trying to be responsible about it and not hype people up needlessly. So I think he's doing a good job of making sure that he doesn't just hype it up, but that he's realistic about it. And I really appreciate him for that. Like I said, there's a reason I asked him to do the collab and not some other people. And I'll just leave it there. You know, he's a really good guy. So with all that going forward, we'll talk about that more in just a moment, but let's touch on the day before. This is insane. Okay. This whole thing is a little ridiculous. So if you're not aware of the day before, basically this is the game that is the most wishlisted game on Steam. I don't know if it still is. Maybe Hogwarts Legacy overtook it. I'm not entirely sure. It's got to be up there, right? Like even still, because it was very, very much anticipated and hyped. And the basic idea is that it's an open world survival zombie game that's also an MMO you can play with your friends. Interesting idea. I understand the appeal. But in the last 36 hours or so, everybody's basically concluded that this whole game is a fake scam full of nonsense. Like they have ruined and destroyed every ounce of goodwill that they had. And it's not that surprising to those of us who were recognizing some of the warning signs. But, you know, nonetheless, some people are straight up devastated. In all of these gameplay sections, you know, it doesn't look bad. It looks like there's a game here, or at least systems, but it was never clear what the gameplay loop itself was. Like, what are you going to do for 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 hours of this game? They never were really able to answer that. What's the end game? What are you playing for? What's the goals? They never really could answer that other than you run through and you clear places, get loot. Like, do you get cooler cosmetics? Do you get better weapons to go into high level areas? Are there like zombie raids? Like what are we doing? They could never really answer that, which was very, very concerning. And now it's only getting more concerning because more insane stuff is coming out. Let's touch on this. So first of all, Fantastic posted this at 10 p.m. my time, at least, on January 24th, which was last night. So this was about, what, 12 hours ago? Yeah, 12 hours ago. Dear fans, right before the release, I'm assuming they mean of the game, but the game doesn't come out until March, so it's still like a month out. Whatever. Right before the release, Steam blocked our game page at the request of a private individual because of the name The Day Before. As you know, our game was announced in January of 21. At the time of the announcement, The Day Before game trademark was available. After the announcement of the game, the above-mentioned individual filed out an application before us to register the game trademark The Day Before in the United States. So this multi-million-dollar project, they did not manage to trademark the name before announcing it. You guys remember Starfield? The reason we knew what Starfield was because the trademark leaked back in like 2011. So that's an oopsie. And I think, okay, you're saying this is the gameplay video. So even if that's the case, then they announced it well before that. They still didn't file the trademark. That's ridiculous. I'm not in game dev, and I could have told you, freaking trademark this thing before you announce it. But no, apparently they didn't. What's next? Previously, we were not able to, or were not aware of the existence of claims. We found out about this only on January 19th when we received a complaint from him and request to contact him. Now we will find out all the circumstances of the incident, and we will definitely solve everything. Okay. We previously planned to post a lengthy gameplay video this month, but we'll have to sort out this issue first. We will post the video ASAP. How on earth does this have anything to do with the gameplay video? Red flag, red flag. The gameplay video is going to be handled by the devs, right? The devs just take a section of the game that looks good, they capture it, release that. Easy peasy. This is going to be handled by the business owners, by the producers, and by the legal team. Has nothing to do with the game devs. So why can't they just release the gameplay? Really strange. It's like they were called on to release actual gameplay footage, and then they're panicking because they don't have real gameplay footage to show, and so they're coming up with excuses as to why they can't show it. Really suspicious. They go on. As a result, we have made the difficult decision to postpone the launch to November 10th. We understand this may disappoint many of our fans. However, we want to ensure releasing the best possible game. Okay, our 100% focus remains on the game itself and how to deliver you the best game possible. Thank you, and we hope for your support. And as you can imagine, the response has not been overwhelmingly positive. Yeah, this is defo scam. This is the best shit you could come up with. Like, man, let me go ahead and cancel this here. Clear sign this game is going to release in a terrible state. I'm good. Yeah, I have people posting the pictures of Hassan from, was it Blue Box Studios? Is that what they were called? Anyway, very, very weird. Skill Up jumped on this the moment that he started to see it, because the day earlier in the day, Steam delisted the game entirely, which is what they were referencing here. The game just disappeared from Steam. Very, very strange. And now they post this to their Discord saying, no, this is from January 15th. This is separate. Yeah, this was about the gameplay video that we mentioned. They were going to release it, but then they said they couldn't release it. It was really, really strange. And just weird. They said they had to get approval from their leadership team, and it was weird that they were so sketchy about this. And then right here, the Day Before's lead Discord mod, who earlier announced the upcoming game reveal, has said they wonder now if the game is real. Weird. Yeah, probably that too. They also confirmed that the mod team have not themselves seen any gameplay. saying, quote, "Those who wonder if the game is real, I'm wondering the same thing right now as well." Nobody saw the gameplay. Do you hear the people sing? This really seems like a scam. Don't buy this. Don't get near it. It's totally, totally a scam. I mean, again, I'm not surprised. Anybody who was thinking critically about this has known for a while that there was something off with this game. And here we are. Rip to all the people who pre-ordered it. Can you even pre-order right now? I thought you couldn't. I thought it was only wish listing. Maybe I missed something. I thought you couldn't pre-order it. But yeah, if you pre-ordered it, you should cancel that yesterday. Dear God Almighty. Where did they get the footage they've released from? You mean of this? Well, the sections that they've released of gameplay, like the one I just pulled up, that is allegedly from the game, but it's all like staged. It's scripted sequences. And you can tell because they have like paid voice actors pretending to be regular players. What they want is what like Hogwarts Legacy just did, where they just give somebody the controller for 2 hours and say, go have fun. The game launches in a month. That should not, or was supposed to launch in a month. That should not be a problem. And now they're saying that they're delaying the game till November, not because the game isn't ready, but because of this legal issue. Which, let me be clear, there are trademark disputes with games sometimes. No Man's Sky famously had the issue with Sky Drive, where they were sued by the owners of Sky Drive for putting the word Sky in their game. And this is sort of a nuance of trademark law in the US. Basically, if you file a trademark, the only way you can keep it is if you enforce it. So what that would mean, like, is if I trademark the term, like, Luke Stevens Cosmetics or whatever, I don't even know, Luke Stevens Gamer Gear or whatever. If somebody used that, I would have to like use a lawyer to go and file takedown notices, and I'd have to enforce it and actually act on it. I can't just have a trademark and then sit on it for years until a big corporation does something with it and then choose to enforce it. Otherwise, I'll lose access to the trademark and they'll just clear it out. Because like clearly this wasn't a good faith trademarking. What they're saying happened is that they announced the game and then some savvy dude was like, hey, they didn't trademark the name of the game. I'm going to go trademark it, get the trademark. And it sounds like he's basically blacklisting them into paying him money to release the trademark, which it might be true. Who knows? Like, but either way, it doesn't change the fact that this whole thing is sketchy. The fact that this studio and these devs are so incompetent that the business leaders and the producers of the studio didn't think to trademark the name of the game. That's freaking weird. So either way, it's a problem. Either way, it's a major problem. Yeah, I was kind of looking forward to it, but I haven't heard anything in forever. Yeah, the whole thing is very, very strange. Very, very strange. So who knows? Maybe it will launch. And it will end up being surprisingly good in November. And we'll be like, can you believe we thought that this was going to be terrible? Can you believe that? Wow. Maybe that'll happen. I don't think it will. But maybe. Maybe. It's bad when the like most hyped thing you can say about a game is maybe. Will it be good? Will it be polished? Maybe. I don't know. Perhaps. Mayhaps. I also want to throw out this. Matt Bone, thank you for tweeting this at me, shared this. Jay Carson, I thought for sure the rocket might be up today, but sadly not. So fun seeing it come alive. Building the set Red Rocket for the upcoming Fallout, a post-apocalyptic TV series developed for Amazon. And this is the set. You see, they're actually building the set for the show. Which is pretty cool. It's pretty badass. So they're working on it, working on the Fallout show. That's cool. You know. So there you go. There you go. So the game publisher doesn't have a legal department. I mean, or there's some problem where they didn't like listen to the legal department. I don't know. I honestly don't know how this happens, which is why a lot of people are saying and trying to call BS, because they're like, this doesn't just happen. This is a sign that they're looking for excuses basically not to release the game because it's so broken. So I don't know, or because it's just bad. I don't know what's happening. It doesn't happen. Yeah. I don't know of a business that has employees. Like if you get to a point where your business has employees and you're doing that well, I don't know how you end up with this type of issue. I don't know how that happens. KW user friendly. I am chatting with you, Luke, on Telegram about giving you money for a gift. Is this really you? Here are my hands. No. That is not me. That is not me. I have seen a good number of people actually in the last week. I guess the cycle of scammers have come back to my channel. They left for a little while and now they're back. So yeah, no, that's not me. That's not me. Me and my roommate just went on an adventure to get Dead Space early. Some places dropped it early. Think it will run well. Callisto got me nervous. Yeah, but Callisto also, there were a lot of warning signs with Callisto. The whole thing ran funky for a long time. For a long time. Like, bad. McVick, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Okay, should we get into this Hogwarts Legacy stuff? Should we do that? Should we maybe do that? Do you hear the people sing about this red flag game that looks weird? Okay, let me just check this. I have to post a video. Now I want to watch Les Mis. God damn it. My life is so difficult. Oh, my life, Dwight, my life. The pressures of a modern office have caused me to go into a depression. Michael, a depression, isn't that just a fancy word for feeling really bummed out? Dwight, you ignorant slut. Oh man, I love it. Okay, we gotta move on. We gotta focus up. Okay, I'm posting this. Save. Voila. Okay. Ghost, thank you so much. It's very generous. Wow. Sorry, I'm over here quoting The Office, then you guys are just tossing out that. They don't have employees, they have volunteers. Yeah, it kind of feels like that. The whole thing is just so sketchy. Fun fact, Look Down scene was from the Les Mis. It was shot in my hotel. Oh, that's super cool. In one of the shipyards. That's badass. Les Mis watch party. Dude, I love watch parties. And I love Les Mis. He's using your name for this? Yeah, no, I unfortunately and amazingly enough, YouTube does not have tools for me to ban that kind of bot. And YouTube doesn't automatically filter those comments. Like anybody can look at that and be like, okay, clearly this is a scam. But YouTube doesn't filter it somehow. So that's, you know, we do the best we can. When we see it, we ban those users and delete those comments. But at some point, we also have to just rely on a little bit of common sense. You know, I will never, this is my commitment to you, I will never ask you to contact me through Telegram. If I ever want to give you something as like a win or like a prize or something, it will come from my official channels. If I'm giving something away, I will announce it publicly. I'm never going to do something privately through Telegram. And I'm not going to ask you to like send me a Saudi prince money to help me overthrow my uncle, who's the king of Saudi Arabia. Like, I'm not ever going to ask you that stuff. Are you a little scared about covering Hogwarts Legacy? No, King Dar, not really at all. My job is to cover the top trending games of the year and the games my fans and viewers are interested in. And if that game is Hogwarts Legacy, I'll cover that. If that game is Forspoken, which is kind of terrible, I'll cover that game. So my job is to cover games. I don't like to delve into political issues. I feel like, you're watching my stuff for gaming stuff and gaming takes, not for my opinions on more political issues. Of course I have my own thoughts and opinions and things, but I just am not going to get into all of that. Let's see. Yeah, check my spam folder for review codes. Too soon. It's too soon. It's just too much. My heart. Okay, let's get into this stuff. So we're going to start out for Hogwarts Legacy. We're going to start out looking at the final preview from IGN. Then we're going to go into a magical first look at Hogwarts Legacy by Retro. And then we're going to look at the full 4K capture. That's about 24 minutes-ish on performance mode, showing off some small story missions and side quests. Nothing spoilery. And yeah, we're going to see what this game actually looks like and how it runs. And again, the biggest boon for this game is how transparent they have been. And it's great. The fact that they are showing you this gameplay is such a good sign. It shows confidence. It shows competence. It's a very good thing that they're showing this off. So let's just get into it and share this experience together. Anyway, yes, also like the stream, guys. We got 300 people in here. We can definitely like the stream more. We can do it. I believe in us. I believe. Let's go.
We do not live in a world rich with great Harry Potter games. Nobody harbors warm feelings for the horde of chintzy, cynical movie tie-ins that plagued the PS2 and Xbox during the mid-2000s. So, when Portkey Games unveiled the big-budget Hogwarts Legacy in 2020, it was clear that the studio was aiming spectacularly high with its interpretation of Harry Potter. After a 2-hour hands-on, I can say with confidence that the wizarding world has rarely looked better. The lilting charm, cockeyed whimsy, and high fantasy hijinks of Hogwarts Legacy is rendered with dogmatic servitude to the books, while the combat and exploration, the game part of this video game, is robust enough to rope in more casual fans of the fiction. Unfortunately, it's all happening at the exact moment the world is reconsidering their lifelong ties to one of the greatest stories ever told.
Oh, he's talking about the J.K. Okay, is that what I think that's what he's referring to.
If you haven't been keeping up with the information drip, Hogwarts Legacy takes place in the late 19th century, and therefore it operates independently from some of the more familiar touchstones of Potter lore. No Voldemort, no Dumbledore, no multitude of Weasley surnames. You play as a fifth-year transfer student that will be built with a potent character creator, denoting complexion, hair color, eyebrow shading, and yes, body types, vocal tenor, and the choice to be referred to as either a witch or a wizard. Afterwards, you'll be quickly implanted directly into the day-to-day scholastic rhythms of Hogwarts. My time with the game was brokered into two major sections. A treacherous story chapter where I was asked to both infiltrate and destabilize a nefarious dragon cockfighting ring, and a dulcet afternoon on the castle grounds,
cool. That's kinda
where I
cool.
solved side quests, played minigames, and soaked in the Persona-like splendor of simply hanging out at school. The combat was the highlight for me, which I was not expecting. In previous Potter games, the Quicksilver Wizard clashes of the books are reduced to dull, rote, third-person shooting galleries. Harry, Ron, and Hermione taking on an endless series of identical Death Eaters who all seem to brandish magical facsimiles of shotguns and sniper rifles. Hogwarts Legacy changes the formula considerably. Despite the projectiles ricocheting back and forth across the arenas, the game functions more like a Ninja Gaiden-esque combo masher. Your character automatically locks onto wherever they're facing, and the hocus pocus that comes cascading out of your wand can be chained together like a screen-filling, health bar obliterating Marvel vs. Capcom tsunami. Game director Alan 2 compares the system to a sort of long-range dueling. Your arsenal is mapped to the face buttons, and after messing around with the controls for a few minutes, I was able to come up with some wild, improvised concoctions. I'd Leviosa my enemy into the air, tag them with some basic filler casts, pull them in close with an Accio before setting them aflame with the Incendio. The physics engine absolutely revels in your chaos. Bodies fly across the map like they've become weightless and boneless at the mercy of your command. Harry Potter video games have tried and failed to replicate the fiction's unique take on spellcasting for decades. Portkey seems to have established a structure that will likely be aped for years to come.
It's good to see. I mean, it's easy to look at the gameplay trailers and be like, oh, the combat looks actually kind of good. But until you get your hands on it, you just don't know. And so I'm glad that they're actually saying that it's good. They gave the character purple hair. Yeah, that was a weird choice. I don't know why they would do that. It looks pretty rough. Rocky, there you are. Sorry, I'm not being like, I'm not trying to be like mean. I just needed to copy your channel like URL so I can add you as a mod for the main channel. Sorry. That's like a whole separate thing. I was like trying to add you as a mod on the main channel, and then I couldn't get it to work until I could actually have your channel name, but I didn't know what your like channel URL is, but I just got it. We're good. Okay, anyway, continuing. Yes, we'll keep going. Here we go.
Mind the water!
My stint wandering around Hogwarts itself wasn't quite as exciting as my trip to the Dragon's Den. My character enjoyed a peaceful free roam back at home on the back of their flying broom, the Roach of Hogwarts Legacy, where they poked around nooks and crannies of the castle, soaking up collectibles, deciphering basic puzzles, and completing the menial tasks assigned to me by my classmates. One of them accidentally put a charm on her books that caused them to flutter around in the air. I Accio'd them back into her possession. Outside, in a courtyard, I joined a round of what can only be described as wizard's curling. My adversary and I used our wands to usher a set of leather balls down a wooden platform. The closer they got to the edge without falling off, the more points we'd score. These distractions were pretty lightweight. Portkey didn't allow us to delve into, say, potions class or a meaty side quest digression, which left me hoping that Hogwarts Legacy will include some finer character moments outside of the core campaign. Let us broker a genuine camaraderie with the other denizens of the school. A Harry Potter game can only hit its marks if, by the end of the runtime, we're willing to lay down our lives for a kindly groundskeeper or an eccentric headmaster. It should also be said...
Yeah, the character building really matters. Hello? 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 Hi. Hi. It's good to see you. Oh. Yeah, he got a haircut. He got a haircut, and now he looks like a big boy. Ooh, thank you.
Leave the castle alone. I sipped it, and I think it's disgusting.
Yeah, but you don't like chai.
That's true.
What'd you find? Can you say hi? Hi.
Just say it to himself.
Thank you, Spas, for becoming a member. Finally, super cool of Luke to fill in till the real streamer shows up. He's right. I'm the pre-show.
Yeah.
Hello?
Turn around and go say hi to him.
Can I hug?
Like Hogwarts.
Hug?
Hogwarts. Go get a hug.
Hug?
Go get a hug, I swear.
Oh, who's that? Oh,
He's had a really stinky butt morning.
oh.
Not as in like
You're welcome, guys.
Has a stinky butt, as in he's just really grouchy.
Oh yeah. Are you a stinker? Oh, you went down. Okay, he's too busy.
Okay.
You too busy?
You say bye bye. Oh, okay. All right.
Just come get through there.
Bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye, Dada. Bye. You gonna have fun? Yeah, you got stuff to do. I get it. Okay. I'll see you later, dude. Love you too.
You say bye.
Bye. Bye.
You say hey, dude. Come on. Let's go. We go upstairs.
Up.
Okay.
See you later, dude.
Open his little feet. He's like, I don't want to.
Bye. Oh, what a cutie. He's leaving on his own terms. Yeah, exactly. He's everything I want to be. He's everything. He sees the cat, yells, "Cat!"
That Hogwarts Legacy appears to be swimming in the darker edges of the canon. It was shocking to see that one of the spells on my combat hotbar was Crucio, better known to the layman as the torture spell, which inflicts searing white-hot pain in its target. In the Harry Potter universe, Crucio is one of the 3 unforgivable curses, a huge no-no. Perhaps these are the themes Hogwarts Legacy intends to deal with. How did Crucio become unforgivable anyways? Some of the finishing moves equipped my character were similarly macabre. After charging up a meter and tapping the 2 shoulder buttons, my avatar could reduce a rival wizard into a pile of sooty Looney Tunes dust. The Harry Potter books are centered around the purity of teenaged friendship, so it is weird to watch a 5th year take a life. Again, maybe Hogwarts Legacy intends to explore some of those questions. On first brush, though, it's pretty jarring.
That is a really good point. Like, really, really good point. Because it's no small feat for what is still a child to kill someone, even in the context of a life and death situation. So, like, it sounds like they popped into a gameplay section where it was being done pretty, carelessly and in sort of a cavalier way. And it's something that, if they explain it in the story, and maybe this is a particular play style, then yeah, I like. But, as long as they build up to it, like, okay, you chose to use the unforgivable curses. Okay, but that's going to have consequences, or at least we're going to talk about it. Because even in, like, the books and the films, it's like a big deal when those spells are used. Like, it's not just a casual thing. So a 5th year would be like what, 16, 15, 16? Because the first year would be 11 because they get the envelopes when they're 11. So yeah, like 15, 16.
I've only just captured her. She's putting up quite the fight.
Of course, anyone who chooses to play Hogwarts Legacy must contend with all sorts of contradictions, most of which are far more important than the usual dissonance we tend to find in video games. J.K. Rowling has established herself as one of the most prominent anti-trans mouthpieces on the planet. The character creator in Hogwarts Legacy offers a huge amount of gender diversity, but that cannot change the fact that the author of these books...
This is just like the Streisand effect. I really do think that. Like, I think most people going through their day-to-day, if they saw a picture of J.K. Rowling, they would have no clue who she is. And they wouldn't, of course, give a crap about her opinions on something like that. Politically, about her opinions religiously, about whatever. Like, people don't give a crap. But when you keep saying that people give a crap, eventually they do. It's just the Streisand effect. And so, like, for all of this, I really don't see it as a major point of contention. And it's like I mentioned before, when we ran through this, when we take an example like this whole J.K. Rowling situation, we can reduce it to absurdity. It's reductio ad absurdum, right? It's the Latin name for what you do in logical arguments when you take somebody's proposed position or solution, and then you take it to the extreme and you see if it still holds up. Kind of like building a bridge and then you put something really heavy on it to see if it still holds the weight. And if it collapses, then you know to look back at the bridge design because something didn't work, right? So in the case of this, if you're saying you should not buy things or play games or watch media or films or books or whatever that have associations with people that have distasteful views, personal views. And let's not even go like specifics. Like, let's just say distasteful views or views you don't agree with. You end up in some wacky positions pretty quickly, like pretty damn quickly. Like, you know, all of a sudden you probably can't go and watch any movie with Meryl Streep in it because she had close associations with Harvey Weinstein. That gets a little weird. That gets really strange. Amazon regularly puts workers in sort of, I don't even know what you'd say, exploitive positions. So you can't use any Amazon service. You can't go to Whole Foods. You can't, like, all of a sudden when we reduce it or take it to absurdity and we put all that pressure on it, if you live your life according to these standards that these people are proposing, your life becomes insane and absurd and you probably can't function. If you can, props, you'll probably end up living in the woods in a mushroom hut, but it's up to you. But at the very least, at that point, once you've pushed it to the extreme and it starts to kind of get shaky, it doesn't work anymore. And so there's got to be some issue with the proposed solution here. And the thing is, like, I don't think you're a bad person if you really like this thing that, like, some crazy lady had a major role in forming. Like, at this point, I think it's bigger than her. I don't think you're a bad person for listening to Wagner's music. I don't think you're a bad person for driving a Volkswagen or wearing a NASA t-shirt, even though NASA was headed up by a lot of former Nazi rocket scientists. Like, I don't think you're a bad person for all of that. I think those things are bigger than those people. Okay? Like, and there we are. Bet over half the shoppers shop at Walmart. Or they use, like, they're tweeting out their problems with J.K. Rowling from their iPhone, which is produced by Foxconn factories in China, which famously had to put nets around the factories where they make iPhones because they had such an epidemic of self-harm, shall we say, people leaping from the roofs, that they had to install nets around the buildings to catch them when they jumped and tried to take their own lives. But yeah, no, your iPhone, yeah, you just really like your iPhone. Be consistent. But if you're going to be consistent, you're going to start to live like a hermit in the woods. And that's why, like, I don't take these people very seriously when they're complaining about all of this stuff, but they don't evenly apply it. Like, it's just an outrage machine.
The ready, witches and wizards, because I have played Hogwarts Legacy and I'm here to tell you all about it. Hogwarts, character creation, flying, combat, story. You'll see brand new footage of it all in today's video. People of the internet, Retro Recateur here. I'm just a dad who loves games and the stories they tell, and today we have a hands-on preview of Hogwarts Legacy, the upcoming action RPG from Avalanche Software.
He is really cute with his kids. He actually started his YouTube channel because he was playing Animal Crossing with his son during the lockdowns. And he was like, I could make some gaming content on this. So he started making videos on Animal Crossing because he played it with his son all the time. And then it kind of turned into this whole thing. And he's covering Hogwarts Legacy now. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. This is Retro Raconteur. We did a collab with him on the main channel if you want to go see that.
So, after all this time, is this the game that Wizarding World fans have dreamed of for years? Is it finally about to arrive? Well, thanks to the folks over at Warner Brothers, I recently had the opportunity to meet with some of the devs at Avalanche to talk Hogwarts Legacy and also play the game myself for a 2-hour gameplay session. So I was able to explore the Hogwarts grounds as well as parts of the castle itself, and then I got to experience one of the game's main missions. That's right, a story mission, which you'll see here shortly. Here on the screen now, you can see my player character complete with a Gryffindor scarf and robes, flying
Thank God he doesn't have purple hair.
around Hogwarts and taking in the absolute beauty.
Yeah, we're going to be watching the developer direct. Yeah. Didn't finish the IGN video. Well, I mean, we all, like, this is the thing. Again, I think it's the Streisand effect. So I am convinced that you're giving J.K. Rowling way too much credit with all of this. She's just some bitch off in a castle somewhere where she lives, going off. Who cares what she said? She wrote a cool story with like robes and wizards and zippity zuba and stuff. Like, that's what she did well. Why should we give a crap about what she says about anything else? I don't. So I'm going to stop pretending as though anybody gives a crap. Okay? That's where I'm at. So the moment people start going off on it, I'm like, okay, I'm good. Like, you're just contributing to her getting more power than she should have.
Of the castle, starting with the stained glass windows here, which feature the school's 4 houses. Now, I did get to make my own character before this. You can see a little bit of that here. Didn't spend a lot of time on this because I was so anxious to actually get into the gameplay. I was actually pretty surprised how in this very short amount of time, I got this character to look pretty close to me, minus the beard, of course, so sorry to all you guys out there who had beards at 15 years of age. But really, I created my character pretty quickly and just wanted to jump right in. And the first thing we got a chance to do is to explore the Hogwarts grounds on Broomstick. That's right, right away. Grab the broom and quickly start flying around Hogwarts. By the way, guys, you might be wondering, what is all this footage running on? It was running on a PlayStation 5 using the game's performance mode, which targets 60 FPS. And to me, it felt incredibly smooth throughout my entire play session. I think you'll see that reflected in all of my footage that I'm sharing with you today. Now, was everything perfect technically? No, we're going to talk about some of that as well. But by and large, if it's not evident already in my voice, I'm super excited for this game, and I'm super excited to tell you about some of the things we saw here.
He's one of those people that gets like really quiet when he's excited. And as you can tell, I'm freaking out. I am freaking out. Can you swim? TB, I think that question will be answered very, very soon.
All right, so back to this absolutely gorgeous window. You may recall seeing this image back when the game's release date was confirmed. They used it in a screenshot here. But now actually getting to see these windows while I was playing the game and flying around them, I mean, it really was a breathtaking moment to take in Hogwarts like this. Now, you see the water over there in the distance? Well, guess what? Yep, you can swim. I can confirm swimming is in Hogwarts Legacy. It does not appear you'll be able to dive under or explore anything beneath the surface, but seeing that we can swim along the surface, I know a lot of fans are going to be very happy about that. Now, aside from the swimming stuff, I just want to talk about all the little details. There are so many details.
What resolution are we in? I'm going to go full 4K. Because I don't want to critique like texture quality or any of that unless like we're giving it every benefit of the doubt. What I will say is like performance mode, it seems to be running smooth. It doesn't look to be too blurry. Like Forspoken, you'll see in the video that just went up, I tried it in performance mode and immediately, like at times that game drops to 720p. To maintain 60 frames. And even then it drops down to like 20 frames in certain parts. And like you can just tell it's not optimized well at all. This seems to be fairly well optimized. I will say like back here, distant textures looked a little rough.
I can confirm.
It was back here on the broom.
While I was playing the game and flying.
But this is better. I can already tell this is better. The high resolution is
flying
helping.
Around them. I mean, it really was a breathtaking moment to take in Hogwarts.
Like here is specifically what I'm talking about. So like these textures start to get really degraded as you go far. But on console, that's perfectly reasonable. And especially console on performance mode. So I don't have a problem with that here. It does make me wonder what this game looks like playing on PC. Cranked, like with a 4090, you know, running at 4K. This thing could be one hell of a looker when it all is said and done.
It's like this. Now, you see the water over there in the distance? Well, guess what? Yep, you can swim. I can confirm swimming is in Hogwarts Legacy. It does not appear you'll be able to dive under or explore anything beneath the surface, but seeing that we can swim along the surface, I know a lot of fans are going to be very happy about that. Now, aside from the swimming stuff, I just want to talk about all the little details. There are so many details, subtle touches that longtime fans of the Wizarding World are just going to absolutely love. The castle, from what I was able to see, is so intricately designed. And speaking of these little details, I mean, just take, for example, this offhand conversation here that's happening between a group of students.
And have you seen how these professors look at your clothes? Black looks at me like I'm a pauper. I swear the man thinks I have fleas.
I wish they'd let Ronan teach the entire curriculum. Charms is the only class I can stay awake for.
Or this comment from one of the Floo Flame locations, which serve as fast travel points in the game.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented Floo powder.
It even appears other students are going to reference things about our character that have already happened in-game, such as this comment from a Slytherin student.
Watch out, it's the Troll Slayer of Hogsmeade.
And even though we can't play Quidditch ourselves, you can actually fly around the castle, even inside the Quidditch pitch. I just had to go and test this out. Yes, you can fly around it. And then as I go and fly down low here, you'll see that you can actually even sometimes find teams practicing Quidditch here. Another detail that I absolutely loved, the musical cue that plays whenever you collect one of the game's field guide pages. or this one when I completed a brief side quest.
I should have seen that.
I'm glad that the music is so good. It's just so good. Who were we talking to that said the music was not very good in the movies? I almost punched him in their damn mouth. I also was watching a video where a guy, he was like going off on people who were going to buy Hogwarts Legacy, and he said he didn't like the movies of Harry Potter, specifically because he said, and I kid you not, he said this, he didn't like how Voldemort, as portrayed by Ralph Fiennes, he didn't like how Voldemort was played for the laughs. I honestly don't know how you come to the conclusion that Voldemort is a character being played for the laughs. Like, I seriously don't understand it. And he's like, yeah, the guy just looked ridiculous. It was clear they were trying to make people laugh at him. Like, what? No. Like, it was just like, it was like, congratulations, you somehow managed to have an even stupider take. Wow.
Now, we already had heard the overture to The Unwritten. It seemed like they had absolutely nailed the music, but it is so nice to see that not only did they get the music right, but also all of these little extra pieces, these little sound effects that are going to happen here and there throughout the game as you unlock different things. I mean, think about the iconic Zelda sound whenever you open up a chest, or same thing with Metroid. There's that iconic save station sound, right? I truly feel like they have found the perfect little music chime for each one of these. It fits so well within the Wizarding world. They are perfectly striking that balance between something that feels very familiar but also new at the same time. Now, speaking of that side quest where we heard that little chime, that one actually begins when you speak to a Hufflepuff student named Lenora Everly just outside the library here. She's stumped by an empty painting and has discovered that casting Lumos will have an effect of some kind, but she isn't sure what to do next. So if you go over, cast Lumos in front of the empty painting, a location appears in the painting. Once I managed to find the location, I noticed a large moth on the wall here. I'm going to try Accio first. Nothing happens. So then I decide, let's try Lumos, which immediately triggers a reaction from the moth. It begins to circle the wand. Then I returned it to the painting and was rewarded with a new field guide page. So this is just a small example, I think, of some of the puzzles that you can expect to encounter.
It's like Korok seeds. That stuff is great. And people like, I heard somebody, it was a while back, but they were talking about Breath of the Wild. And they said they couldn't stand the Korok seeds because they're so mindless and tedious, and getting all of them was super annoying. I don't think you're supposed to get all the Korok seeds. Like, I think the whole point of little things like this is that as you explore the map, you discover more things that you can engage with, and it keeps things interesting, like, and captivating. So, you know, you talk to her, she mentions this thing, and so you go and you figure it out and you bring it back. Easy. And you just got distracted. You know, that's the, it's the getting lost element to games like this. They really make or break them. The ability to be like, okay, I need to go across the map. And then you look up 3 hours later and you've gotten sidetracked doing 15 other things because there's so many little things that are just interesting and that pull your attention. I think that's great. I have no problem with that. Yes, thank you, Rocky. 340 people in here, only 120 likes. We can do better. Coming from your humble tyrant. Yes, if you could like the stream, I would greatly appreciate that. So I'm interested in this. I do hope that somebody asked if we can change the mini map into a compass on the top. I would greatly appreciate that. Because I would rather like memorize the layout of the castle and the grounds, but that might be wishful thinking. I don't know. I just don't love this Rockstar style of minimap. I know a lot of people do. This is purely subjective. So I think it would be best if they had the option between the two. But that being said, you know, whatever.
Counter in Hogwarts Legacy. Definitely wouldn't be surprised if this is one of the easier ones. And also, I should point out that I had a dev from Avalanche kind of sitting right behind me, sort of pointing out, here's how this works, here's how that works. So I don't know that I would have solved it as quickly if he hadn't been there. Now, when it comes to quests, you also have the option to track quests. And when you do, this golden trail will appear in front of you and lead you to the quest location. Here, I'm on my way to meet up with Lucan Brattleby in the Crossed Wands Dueling Club. Now, as I was on my way there, I got to witness something that the devs at Avalanche referred to internally as a wow moment. event. It's basically when a scripted event is triggered based on your location in the castle, or who knows, maybe even outside the castle as well. But with this particular one here, I got to hear some rather humorous dialogue from everyone's favorite poltergeist, Peeves. Of course, you know he's in the game. And if you're a longtime fan of the series and know your Wizarding World lore, then I think you'll appreciate this particular line right here.
Real quick, he mentioned that he was playing the game with a dev standing next to him. When I did my preview of Assassin's Creed Valhalla, like 6 months before the game came out, I was doing a mission and it was remote. It was done remote. So it wasn't like they were over my shoulder, but they were sitting at a computer in Austin, Texas, looking at their screen that I was remote playing off of. Like my controller was routed to that so I could see what was on that screen, but they were sitting there watching me play. And I forget exactly what I did, but there was a mission, like the little girl with the apple tree, or not the apple tree. There was like a leaf on the tree and she was waiting for it to fall because her father left and said he'd be back before the last leaf fell. And then the last leaf falls. And I did something in that quest line that they didn't see coming. And I don't remember what it was. It'll come to me randomly, I'm sure. Or I could ask Jacob because he probably remembers. But I did something and it like broke the quest completely. And I did it and I was like, I don't think it's triggering properly. And I remember the dev just going, oh my God. And then they took notes and they fixed it for the final release. But this type of thing does happen. Like every once in a while, you know, players will just do something the devs did not expect at all, which is just funny to me. So yeah, anyway, you're playing the game wrong. Yeah. Well, I mean, at least I figured it out, or I broke it before it went out into the public, you know, but it was just so funny because I could hear the dev like, God damn it. Like, okay. Because he probably was thinking immediately, how do we fix that? And it probably wasn't a super easy fix. It's going to kill me. I've got to remember what it was. Because it wasn't even that outrageous of a thing. Like, oh, you know what I think it was? I think what it was is that I had a bow and arrow and I shot at the little girl who was by the tree. Because from like a distance, I didn't think that she was a little girl. I thought she was an adult. So I shot at the little girl and it like hit her, did damage. You couldn't kill her. But it put her into a permanent aggro state. And so then she wouldn't engage. I think that's what it was. So they had to figure out some way, I guess, to prevent her from taking damage or turn off aggro mode for children characters. You know, it's just one of those things where people like didn't consider, the devs probably didn't consider that players would shoot children. Understandable. That's a fair oversight. I'll give them that one. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Oops. Yep. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Yeah, it's all coming back to me. Yep. Okay.
He tried to stop me, did rancorous carp, sought to trap me, confine me inside of a jar.
So as I stood there listening, I happened to notice another field guide page, and then after casting Revelio, I was able to retrieve it. So that's already two different ways here that we've seen you can obtain these field guide pages. The little pages flying around as well, yep, you can also use Accio on those, and I gotta say, this was super fun. I kept getting distracted. They were trying to kind of guide me to one place to the next, and I was like, nah, I want to go after this field guide page right here. Now, a bit further down that hall from where I'm at Peeves, I came across this unlit brazier, and after an accidental Accio cast right there, I was able to light it with Incendio, which again gave me another field guide page. I'm a trophy hunter, you guys. I'm gonna be honest, I'm already like just so ready to dive in and look for all these field guide pages. I hope there's a ton of them in this game. So even in just my very short time.
Yeah, it's all these little things. Again, Korok seeds. You're not probably meant to get all of them like 100%. You can if you want. But like, I think in Breath of the Wild, I have the gameplay guide down behind me on the bookshelf, but I'm pretty sure there were like almost 900 or 900 exactly. There's right around there. Of those things. And most players probably would only get like 100 or 200 of them in their run through. But it's because they just wanted to make sure no matter where you played the game or no matter where you went in the game, you would run into some. So as you play, you get distracted again. You know, it's really cool. Can you use your broom inside Hogwarts and fly? I highly doubt that. Highly, highly doubt it. Highly doubt it. Okay, I'll let this keep going. I know Rocky just sent some messages, so I'll try to catch up.
time, I think it was pretty interesting to see kind of the wide range of things you can do to actually find these field guide pages throughout Hogwarts. All right, so eventually I did make my way over to the Crosswands Dueling Club, and I got to have my first experience with the game's combat. Now, everything we've seen so far of the combat is someone at Avalanche playing, and community manager Chandler Wood stressed to us that, hey, look guys, the person playing this is actually really good at the game. They played it a lot because a lot of people thought, oh man, this looks way too easy. Well, I was playing on the normal difficulty and I never died in my 2 hours with the game. I did come close a few times, but I can confirm to you guys that while this system is easy to understand and get into, it is going to be very difficult to master. And I mean that in a good way. If you like challenge in games, especially, again, I was at the normal difficulty, I found it very, very challenging and one that you're really going to be.
I think this is going to be a game I play on hard. Because I think, like, when you play on hard, you'll have to learn how to play the game well, and you'll start to really swap between spells and things quickly and efficiently, and in a good way. And so I think that this is a game that probably excels on harder difficulties. I would guess. Oh, sorry, Imperium. I'm sorry. I'm being biased. I'm terrible. I'm the worst. Anyway, I saw you send messages, so I was trying to catch up on the messages. But let's see. I don't want to get heated at this game. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could see that. I just want to, like, I want to chain all these things together, be parrying stuff. Like, if it really is that fluid, which it seems to be, I want to jump on it. Yeah, by the way, everybody, the new video went up earlier at like about 30-40 minutes ago. So go check that out. Rocky also posted it to our Discord, which is in the link tree in the description box. So if you want to join our Discord, head to the link tree, jump in there. We have a great time and you can hang out with all of us. Thank you, Nightbot. Boom. See, isn't Nightbot great when it works? Isn't it great? By the way, Rocky, I figured that out. The reason Nightbot wasn't working at all is because I had it on subscriber only mode, and Nightbot doesn't even have the courtesy to subscribe to the channel. But you know who does have the courtesy to subscribe to Luke Stevens Live? You do, right? You okay. And unsub. Okay, anyway, back to it. So I opened the chat to everybody, so we might have some more spam bots, just so you know, but there we go.
Rewarded for the more you learn this system. Now, I mentioned being very close to dying. Well, thankfully in my playthroughs, my inventory included access to a handful of Wiggenweld healing potions, and yes, I did have to use quite a few of them. As for spells, I had access to Lumos, which wasn't much use here, as well as Levioso, Accio, and Incendio. Now, the red spell...
It's Leviosa, not Leviosa.
that you see being cast frequently is simply known as a basic shot, and while it only does minimal damage, it's useful for juggling enemies to set up combos and to give your other spells time to refresh from their cooldowns. Notice the color-coded shields on these opposing students, which can only be broken, by the way, if you cast a spell that belongs to the corresponding color category. So notice here in the bottom right how each spell has a color coding with it.
Okay, I unironically, is anybody in chat colorblind? I'm actually very curious about that. How would this work if you are colorblind? Like, I know there's different types of colorblind, so maybe they have a way of like color coding it where it's like different shades, so you'd be able to tell. But how does that work if shields are color coded? Like, are you able to tell the difference between these four? So you'd be able to like correspond that this is the same shade as this top one? I don't know. Yeah, it's fine. You can kind of tell. I'm red colorblind. I have to put games in colorblind mode usually. Okay. I think the red could be a problem for some people. That would be the easy way to deal with it, was with like a symbol or something. Interesting. Colorblind modes exist? Yeah, no, for sure. I hope they have them. I don't know if they've gone through what they have. But that, like, any color-coded gameplay system, that's, like, I immediately start to think about that. Colorblind, preset modes, edit most user interface, and most heads-up display HUD elements that might not be accessible in the original colors for players that may need them tailored to Protanopia, red-green, or Deuteranopia, red-green, or Tritanopia, yellow-blue, from their FAQ. Okay, they've already taken it into consideration. That's good. That's good. Luke, you should have named the video I played Forspoken so you don't have to. I almost did that. We'll see how this titling and thumbnail combo works, and then if it starts to flounder, I'll swap it. That's pretty normal. That's our second. That's our like backup title, so we might just end up doing that. How tall am I? 6 foot, but I know every white dude says he's 6 foot, but I'm actually 6 foot. I'm actually taller than Nikki now. I kept growing until I was like 25, or like 24 and a half, 25. I'm 25 now, but like I only recently, as far as I can tell, stopped growing. I'm a big boy now. Back when I was in college, I was like a solid 5'11", and I was a good bit shorter than Nikki, and now I'm taller than Nikki. She's a midget to me.
So in this case, the only yellow one I
See, you missed my message again. Rocky, calm down.
Have here
Back
is
in your cave.
Levioso. So that is what I have to cast to break this yellow shield. Now you also have your own shield charm in the form of Protego, and at first I was almost completely ignoring it. It is mapped to triangle on the PlayStation. It's actually very easy to press, it's very easy to do, and I should have been casting it any time that I saw one of these yellow indicators appearing above my character.
Yeah, like
the
the
red
parry.
though, that means the spell is unblockable, so you're going to need to use circle to kind of dodge out of the way. Another aside here, I've been playing way too much God of War recently, so anytime you see me jump in the middle of the fight, I was most likely trying to use the dodge roll instead, which I know that's going to come with practice.
Thank you. It drives me crazy that God of War has the dodge routed to X. I know it's stupid. I cannot stand it. It drives me so crazy. Luke, I'm 6'1", you're a midget. Yeah, but you're in Australia, so you're upside down. Sucks to suck. Yeah, I'm 25. Love the new subs coming in and finding out Luke is 25 always blows their minds. Is that surprise? How old did you think I was? Do I come off as like way younger or like way older? And in India at the moment. You're still upside down, okay? You're like, you know, my point stands, okay? You look 10. Oh, dude, just wait till I shave. When I shave my beard, I look 12. It's bad. I haven't shaved my beard, though. Like, pre-COVID was last time I was actually full. No, that's not true. Because I did shave cleanly for, like, a week when Locke was born. So in all of Locke's, like, baby pictures, I'm clean shaven. But that was the last time. So, like, almost a year and a half ago. Look, 83. What video is this? This is a magical first look at Hogwarts Legacy. You can see in the top left here by Retro Raconteur. Do you guys, Rocky, maybe this is something to look into. Is there 150 likes and Luke shaves? Immediately the likes jump up. So Nikki would be very happy. She does not like the beard. She'd like to see me shave it. But do you guys know of any bots that we could use that can I can plug into Chrome, and then whatever YouTube video I'm watching, it can automatically add a command in chat. So you can do like !video, and then it links the video we're watching. Is that a thing? Or would we have to manually change the command stuff every time we boot up a new video? I think that's doable, like to do it just manually. It's a little annoying and pretty tedious, but I don't know if there's a way to script that. That could be really cool. Can I edit commands? I honestly don't know. I don't know. I will look into that because it's relegated to Nightbot, and I have to log into Nightbot with like my Gmail. So I don't know. Maybe.
From there, I had to put much of what I'd learned about combat to the test and learn about the game's stealth mechanics, because our next sequence features a main story mission with Poppy Sweeting joining up with our player character. Now, in the opening dialogue of this mission, she asks our character if we know anything about Horntail Hall, which she overheard a group of poachers discussing. Now, we go through this little brief investigation with Poppy, casting Revelio and sort of finding clues, and eventually we find our way to a group of poachers standing guard around a small tent. So Poppy says, hey, you can use stealth or you can use a less discreet approach. I decided to try the stealth approach using the disillusionment charm, which we now had access to at this point of the demo. So by approaching the enemies quietly from behind, you'll see a prompt giving you the option to press square for Petrificus Totalis. And unfortunately for this poacher, he'd probably have preferred I used AK on him instead. A bit further in, I wanted to test out whether or not the enemies would react to seeing someone hit with Petrificus Totalis if it happened in their line of sight. Sure enough, the poacher on the bridge over there, he hears something is up, quickly comes over to investigate, and yet because I'm still under this disillusionment charm, I quickly slip away, and I don't think they were able to realize my exact location. Once the final game is out, it'll be interesting to play with this a little bit more and see exactly how that detection works. You're going to see another example here in a second when they do detect me. This guy, though, I don't give him long enough to investigate. At this point, I built up enough ancient magic to actually unleash one of the game's finishing attacks. So L1 and R1 right there, I call down lightning from above and just absolutely obliterate this dude right here. So after a few more Revelio spells and looting, we make our way into the tent, which holds a rather shocking surprise.
What in Merlin's name?
What in Mervin's name? I can't wait to do that. You better believe I'm going to do that for like the big freaking critique. We talked about it in the last, like one of the last streams, and people in general thought it would be really, really funny. So I'm going to start, Mervin. And then we find out that Morbin's ancient magic is still present on the campgrounds. Mervelin is omnipresent. Oh, God. It's going to be so funny. People are going to get so triggered in the comments. It's going to be great. Verlin.
I mean, look at that. It's like the Weasley family tent, right? In Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Only this time we realize there is a whole dragon fighting ring inside this tent. It's called Horntail Hall.
That is really cool. You go into this tiny tent and that whole thing is in it. That's pretty badass. I will also say, I know I'm a horrible person, but this would be cool AF. Like, come on. You're telling me you wouldn't go see dragons fight? I don't believe you. That's cool AF.
Inside this tent. It's called Horntail Hall. We eventually make our way to the bottom of this area where Poppy and our main character find a group of poachers with a captive Hebridean black dragon. That's right, if you've been following the game for a while, you will recognize this dragon. So here's where I tried to start the fight with a stealth approach. Again.
Is there a magical PETA? YouTuber Luke Stevens was canceled by Magical PETA today because he said he would attend dragon cockfights if they existed in this world. Oh, God. And then I go and I have my apology video. I've made a serious mistake and had a serious, significant lapse of judgment. I will do better, and I will work every day to earn back your trust that I have lost, because I said that I would go to magical dragon cockfights in a mythical world. Oh, God. Yeah, this needs to be a whole story arc.
But with the numerous enemies both on the ground, near the dragon, and higher up above, my cover was quickly blown. I think it was this guy right here. Maybe I stepped a little bit too close and he overheard me. Also, it's important to remember disillusionment is not a complete invisibility spell. You know, it's not like the invisibility cloak from the series. And of course, even with the cloak, Harry could always be heard. But they didn't give me the option to restart, so I had to just go crazy, start fighting these guys, and I had to put all my combat skills to the test. So at this point, we also had access to 8 spells instead of just the slotted 4 you see here. So you can quickly get to those by holding R2 and then pressing right on the D-pad. Again, it's all based on where you have them mapped. So not only did I have access to Levioso, Depulso, Accio, and Confringo, but also Expelliarmus, and even the unforgivable curse, Crucio. The other 2 spells, Reparo and the Disillusionment Charm, neither were much help here. So the fight ensues, and fortunately for us, we have Poppy on our side. She's along to help, even deploys a few plants on the battlefield here. And things are pretty smooth sailing for me for a while until this moment right here. This particular Animagus transforms into a wolf, and even more poachers arrive on the battlefield. All right, I don't plan on using dark magic in the final game, so please don't judge me, but finally, I had enough of this wolf and, well, had to do this. And it was here at this moment I really started to feel more comfortable with the combat. Still, nowhere close to mastering. I want to highlight this particular moment right here because this was one of my better moments with combat. You can see me dodge the unblockable attack, again, that red indicator. Then I nail this enemy with Accio, follow it up with a quick Confringo, shift my focus to the Loyalist Ranger that's
in chat
attacking
real
here
quick
from
if you
above,
can.
parry that attack from behind with Protego, again, the yellow indicator, and then go right back to attacking the Ranger, even hitting him with an object by using R1, which is known as an Ancient Magic Throw. Honestly, that Ancient Magic Throw, I should have been using it a lot more. It's a mechanic that I just did not take advantage of enough. So I'm nowhere close to mastery, but I can't stress enough, guys, just how fun the combat was throughout my whole playthrough. I thought it was just the right amount of challenge. Again, I was on the game's normal difficulty, but I found myself constantly on my toes, particularly in this last battle here. I mean, things are just going crazy. It's weird, you know, going back and watching the footage, it feels a lot slower, but in the heat of the moment, I have to stress to you guys, it felt absolutely frantic, and I mean that in a good way. I was trying to remember my parry, my dodge, all the combos I could do, the Ancient Magic attack, the Ancient Magic throw, plus all the other spells that I had at my disposal, which I actually kind of forgot about halfway through the fight. And then right here at the end, I love this. You know that little plant I mentioned that Poppy has on the battlefield? Yeah, they finish off the final enemy for us right there. So, what do I think about the game? Are there any negatives that I took away from my experience? Well,
let's hear it. I'm not saying there have to be negatives. You can have a playthrough that's really, really good. Like, usually the best games I've ever played, I just don't have much bad stuff to say about them. I'm like, honestly, there's just not a lot to go through. So, like, the end. But let's see. He's still got 5 minutes left. So we're going to see if he has any stuff that's worth bringing up. 90% of you are saying that I should use dark magic in our review playthrough. Okay, I can do that. By the way, no, I have not gotten a review code yet. Me and my team are working desperately on it. It is like our prime top priority for this year so far.
If it isn't clear by now, I love my time with the game. Absolutely loved it. The 2 hours went by in the blink of an eye. When they took the controller away, I seriously didn't believe it. I was like, wait, are you guys serious? That's been 2 hours? No way. All I wanted to do was play more. In fact, if you think that having a taste of Hogwarts Legacy has made the wait for launch easier, no, it hasn't. It's had the opposite effect. I want to play the game even more. I just keep thinking about, I want to play more of this game. So all that being said, guys, it would not be fair to you if I didn't point out the issues that I encountered during my 2 hours, because I did encounter some that I have concerns about. Now, we also reached out and asked kind of what build was this that we were playing on. We've been told that it is not the final version, and also it doesn't have the day one patch. So hopefully these things can be ironed out before launch and then fixed with that day one patch. All right, so let's start with the one I think is the biggest
I'm guessing audio. I'm guessing that's his concern,
at least for me, and that is when I was hit with a loading symbol before certain doors would open. It's this little white circular symbol here, and it happened 3 different times to me. Usually the loading was very quick, it only appeared briefly, but one of those 3 times you can see that I sort of back up from the door and then approach it again before it finally opens. I'm pretty confident in saying that they want this game to be a seamless kind of no load experience. I don't think they want you to see any kind of loading screen, so I don't think that was intentional. And even if it does happen occasionally, I mean, hopefully it's going to be like the quick one rather than the one where you have to kind of back up and wait. All in all, though, I would still prefer this over just having a complete load screen having to take over the screen. I also had another issue when I was flying around the open world. I decided to stop at this little spot right here, and as I dismount the broom, you'll see these students kind of just appear out of nowhere. They're not here when I'm flying in, and then once I land, there they are. And then
that's all data streaming related. So the engine's just trying to load in data as quick as it can. It's very tough. Like, it's why Bethesda games are always so limited in terms of movement speed. You can't really sprint in like Fallout 3 or New Vegas. In Skyrim, you can sprint around. But there's a reason that they never give you like a motorcycle in Fallout. They never give you a car. They never let you, you know, freely fly around in vertibirds and stuff. And it's because their data streaming tech is pretty lackluster. So this is a very common issue. This is not just this game, but I do hope that gets polished out because that can be kind of immersion breaking. Let's see. Thomas, thank you for the 3 months. Anyone else not interested in Harry Potter besides me? I didn't like the books or movies. I'm probably going to get chastised for this. You know what? As long as you gave them a shot, no one can give you crap. We gave Maddie like a little crap joking around because he has not even finished watching the movies or the books or anything. So, like, yeah, we're going to tease you for that a little bit. Just a little bit. But, you know, that's fine. We'll forgive you.
And just kind of a strange one, it's this lock-picking mini-game. So whenever you cast Alohomora to break a lock, which is a spell we had access to in that final mission, basically the way it works is you go up to the lock, you cast Alohomora, and then you're taken into this little screen right here where you are charged with breaking this lock. So I kind of understand the inclusion of a mini-game like this. I mean, we've seen it in mini-games before, even though it kind of goes against the lore of Alohomora and how it works. It's fine, you know, but
as long as it's better than the mini-game in Kingdom Come Deliverance, I'm happy. I love that game, but that lockpicking minigame sucks ass.
Game itself, it just didn't feel quite right. You have this series of dials as well as 2 sparks that you need to position. You can see the instructions here on the top right, and then they want you to
move the sparks, rotate the dials until both corresponding gears are activated and release the lock.
Rotate using the left and right stick. Now, I even had a dev standing right by me kind of guiding me through it, and it still just seemed a little bit unclear to me. And even after you managed to get the wheel spinning, the window seemed very, very narrow. So it's like I had to hold my left stick just in precisely the right spot and then also start rotating the right stick as well. And really what you're looking for here is for those gears on the bottom right to start spinning, but then you just have to make sure that you hold both of the sparks like exactly where you have them. So this one to me, I think seems like an easy fix. Maybe they change the directions up a little bit, make it a little bit more clear what you're supposed to do, and then also maybe increase that invisible window. Again, we can't really see the window, but just make it so it doesn't have to be so precise. And truth be told, even with my complaints, it still only took me a minute. I went back and looked at my actual footage to see how long did it take me here to actually get through this. It still only took 1 minute, which is not too bad.
But when you have 2 hours with a game that hasn't been released yet, that minute feels like an eternity.
It was more the confusion than anything that bothered me. It just wasn't exactly clear what I was supposed to be doing there. So all in all, I absolutely cannot wait to play more Hogwarts Legacy. I was particularly impressed, honestly, by the visuals. There are a few graphical glitches here and there you might have noticed. Again, this is not the final build. It does not have that day 1 patch, but even on performance mode, I thought the graphics looked great. Getting to play what felt like a very stable 60 FPS. Personally, 100% I am going with the performance mode. No questions asked. As far as how it feels to move around the world, I thought the character was very responsive. It generally felt good to move. It felt good to cast spells. When it comes to the spell casting system, particularly in combat, I think they've absolutely nailed it. It feels fresh, different than anything I've played before, certainly miles better than the old Harry Potter games. And I also love the unique challenge it provides while also giving players options for different playstyles and really being able to find your favorite spells, figure out the combos you like, and then tailor it to your own style. You know, set up those slottable spells in a way that works best for you. Now, one thing I wish I'd had more time to do is just run around the castle and see what all you could interact with. I tried it a little bit in the library, and I also tried it outside when I was running along the beach. I tried to cast Accio on one of these leeches right here. It was a little bit surprising that Accio didn't work to kind of pull that leech to me. Instead, I had to walk over and press the square prompt to pick it up. And then some things in the library would interact when I cast a spell, like this little picture frame right here. And then others were not. Just for the heck of it, I had to cast Incendio, see if it would burn any of the books. I also couldn't get over just how immersive and cinematic this whole experience felt. I told some of the folks there, I said, this truly felt like a new story in the Wizarding World. I mean, right up there with watching a new film. That's what I felt like when I sat down to play it. Oh my.
Playable on the Steam Deck, they already confirmed it will be playable on the Steam Deck. It will be certified or verified or whatever on the Steam Deck day 1. So, yes.
Gosh, like we are in the Wizarding World again, ready to experience a brand new story. And frankly, this is only scratching the surface, the tip of the iceberg, if you will, just of our footage alone that we were able to get here while we were at this event. I have so much more to discuss from my hands-on time with the game. The full mission alone is packed with a ton of new information, so you'll definitely want to check out my full playthrough provided without commentary by clicking the video on the right side of your screen now. So
yes, and I do have that. I want to hear dialogue. That's the main thing I want to hear. So you guys remember in the last gameplay thing we saw, the audio was super compressed, super duper compressed, which was like a little annoying, a little infuriating. It just didn't hit the ear right. It just didn't sound great. It sounded like audio from like going back through and playing a 2006 game, you know, really compressed. Let's see if they fixed it or if it was a recording issue or something else. Let's see. It's better now. I'm ready. Did I get a Dead Space remake review code? No. EA doesn't talk to me. I think it's because I was so mean about Anthem recently. I think that might have had something to do with it. they just forgot to respond to my emails for 6 months.
Highwing's fine. I'm keeping an eye on.
You're telling me that's better. Come off it. It's in spam. Yeah, it's in the spam.
She's safe, Poppy, I promise.
Good. Whatever the poachers are up to, I want Highwing far from it.
You said you had news about the poachers?
Okay, what's happening? It sounds like they stacked the audio. Something weird's happening. Thomas Mullins, thank you for the $5. What should...
donated $5 through Super Chat. What should I have for lunch? Options: fast food, fake Mexican, gas station, or Cinnabon.
What the hell is fake Mexican? What does that even mean? Fake is like, it's just Mexican food. It can be bad Mexican food, but like, do you mean Taco Bell? Dude, if you're gonna go to Taco Bell, go get a steak quesarito. Will blow your mind. It's good stuff. Otherwise, probably Cinnabon. I'm a sucker for Cinnabon. Whenever I go to Universal Studios in the Wizarding World, I get a Cinnabon right at the front gate. It's a must, in my opinion. That seems like a bug. Yeah, there's something really, really weird here. Taco Bell? Yeah, no, then you got to get a steak quesarito. Treat yourself. Treat yourself. Yeah, let's see if another video has the same audio issue, because there's something weird there with like the simulation. It's hitting my ear weird. It might be a capture issue again. I don't know though. Something weird is happening though. Let's see, who else is there? Expecto, go. Let's see, I played the game.
Oh my gosh, I played Hogwarts Legacy, and as a lifelong Harry Potter fan and gamer, this game blew me away. So here's what worked and what didn't work during my hands-on.
Thank you for that.
Ghost91120 donated £5 through Super Chat.
Thank you, my friend.
It seems when you change pitch in Character Creator, it ruins the voice.
That's what it seems like to me too. I will not mess with the pitch for my playthrough, but hopefully that's a day one patch that they can handle. 'Cause that's rough. So that's, yeah. Yeah. Why did these dorks get to play the game early, but not you, Luke? Oh, Mr. K. Well, first of all, these guys are very, very sweet, and they are hardcore fans who've been covering this game a lot. So that's the main reason. Like, these guys exclusively have covered this game for the last year and a half. So every video they uploaded is on this game. And so Warner Brothers was like, okay, we got to treat them right. We'll give them early access, which is kind of cool. And I don't have a problem with that. My only problem would be if they weren't letting other people who are a little more skeptical or a little more like have less eggs in the basket, basically. If they didn't let those people check it out, then I would like have more concerns. But they still let like IGN look at it, even though IGN's video was kind of pointless. Just saying. But I don't have a major problem, you know. But yeah, they were covering this while Luke was still pooping on Valhalla. Yeah, for real. Yeah, for real. IGN roasted it. Well, they like kind of hyped it up. They showed off the same stuff we've seen with these, but then they didn't offer any constructive criticisms or anything. They just came out and said like, yeah, J.K. Rowling sucks, so maybe don't buy it, which is just weird. I don't know. Sounds like you're just salty for not getting an invite. No, I couldn't have gone if they invited me. Like I have a wife and a child upstairs. Like I can't just drop everything and go to LA for a week. So no, I'm not salty at all. And I'm really glad that these guys got to go and that they're not just hyping it up. They're also opening or discussing potential issues they have. You know, they're actually trying to evaluate it critically. Hollow. Who's Hollow? Hollow did a thing on it? Hollow. It's not in my... Let's see. It's not in that. Oh, I bet Podcast Now is a little upset he didn't get invited. Can't blame him. He's made 150 videos on Hogwarts Legacy. That's a lot. It's a lot. Early walkthrough. Is this who you're talking about? This? Early walkthrough gameplay?
We are officially approximately 2 weeks away from the official release of Hogwarts Legacy. About a week ago, I was invited over to WB Games and I got to play Hogwarts Legacy early. And I have to say I was pretty impressed. Before we continue, I just wanted to give a huge thank you to WB Games and the entire team that was over there at this event. Everyone was absolutely phenomenal, and it just felt like I was talking to a bunch of kids that were just overall fans of Harry Potter, and they got to somehow fulfill this dream of theirs to make a Harry Potter game. Within this video, you're gonna get Hogwarts Legacy raw gameplay at 4K, played on the PlayStation 5, of course played by myself. Now we got approximately 2 hours to play this game, but to be fair, it did not feel like 2 hours. It felt like it was a bit less, and a lot of that has to do because we were being guided by an individual of where we had to go and certain things we had to do. And then of course we're playing super slow because we're looking at everything. We're interacting with this and that. And some of the things that we were doing, we could not include in this video. So although we did play for 2 hours, it may not feel like it's 2 hours in this video. Most likely it won't be 2 hours, because one thing about this recording session, it was very, very strict and we were very limited to the things and places that we could go to. One question that stood out to me in one of my videos that I wanted to address before we begin with the raw gameplay. Hopefully it's not just a big empty world though. Exploring is cool as long as it has things in it to experience. Flying around aimlessly with nothing there only goes so far. Before I went to this capture event, I had read that comment and I couldn't have agreed more. To be honest, you can have a massive open world game, and if it doesn't have life, it just feels empty, and it is a massive turnoff, and it just kills the experience. If you're gonna do an open world game, it has to feel rich and it has to feel alive. And one thing that I felt within this game when I played it was rich and it was alive. Now, please take this with a grain of salt. We were very limited as to where we could be within this open world. We weren't really able to go outside the castle, to be honest. So that aspect, we will just have to wait and see. But what I experienced inside the castle was pretty ridiculous. And you can also basically watch the movies and play the game, and you'll see the same exact areas, almost to the T.
I think it is. Yeah, it is.
And so many things that you can interact with. People are just walking by, talking. Students are practicing magic. There's so many things going on that you can really just sit back.
This is just my face. When I worked at Chick-fil-A, you guys saw those pictures of me back in like high school. When I worked at Chick-fil-A, which I did, it was my pleasure. I had like such a ridiculous jaw. People would call me murder face because I would just be sitting there. And I would just apparently look livid all the time. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm a bad YouTuber. Hold on. Hogwarts Legacy reaction. New gameplay. There we go. I'm a professional streamer, by the way. Yeah, resting killer face. Because I would just be standing there. And they'd be like, Luke, you're going to kill someone. I'm like, that's just my face. I don't know what to tell you. We are resting murder face. Yeah. So people, Luke, you look like you're about to murder someone when you're watching this video. That's just my face, guys. Doing my best.
And admire what's happening around you. It was truly pretty freaking cool. Two things that I wanted to also mention that kind of took me by surprise, and these are two things that I was really hoping would feel good, was one, the flying, and two, the fighting, the combat system, the magic spells. I don't want to get into it too much because I don't want to spoil anything, but the flying felt really, really cool. And the combat as well, once you start getting the hang of like the parries, the blocks, and how you can parry different things, and you have to dodge for certain magic attacks, and how you can combine the magic spells and stuff like that, everything starts to flow. And when it does, it feels really good. You can also jump off somewhere and summon your broomstick and you can fly away. I didn't get to do that because I didn't think about it, but I was told, and then I saw it, and it's pretty gnarly. I'm gonna stop talking. Again, a huge thank you to WB Games. Please let me know down below your thoughts and opinions.
Hella important. Hold on. Oh, I did. I don't know if it's not gone through yet, Rocky, but I did. You might have to refresh. Same here, Orbit. I don't see a previous message from you. Crap. Anyway, let's see. Do you know if the PC version of Dead Space works well? That's the version I pre-ordered. That version. Your comment earlier has scared me. I don't want you to be scared. I talked to somebody who has their hands on it right now. I can't be specific for obvious reasons, but they said that their early access to the PC version was a little clunky and rough, not super optimized, but the devs told them that the day one patch should, quote unquote, should fix it. So who knows? The Nightbot? Oh, is that what you mean? Hold on. Okay, I'll keep playing while I try to figure out what.
We're going to explore a little bit. You're going to see a lot of flying. You're going to see some castle exploration gameplay. And then at the end, you're going to be seeing something that you haven't seen before. And of course, I also created a character, a very vague character, because when I get the game and I play it, I'm going to go a little bit more into detail. You know the drill. Anyways, thank you so much for tuning in. Let me know down below. Thoughts, opinions, and enjoy.
Real quick, I don't think the Xbox stream starts until 1.
He's seen you.
Yeah.
She's
So that starts later, but we will watch that once it starts. Yeah, go ahead and send it again, Rocky. I don't see it. Okay, that makes sense. All of this is solid. I want to see the pitch changer that you guys are referring to, because that, I do agree, could be the big problem. As for that, Rocky, I just have to find a way to give you access to changing the commands. I don't know if there's a way to do that easily, but we shall see. Voice 1, here we go.
It was wonderful. I believe I'm really going to enjoy this class.
I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade.
I am indeed a student. That was cool. It was wonderful.
Yeah, that better not be final, because that's bad. That's real bad. Oh. I want a deep booming voice. We got the Kratos voice. Hold on, hold on.
I can't wait to go to Hogsmeade.
When I go to Hogsmeade on my broomstick, I like to ride the gravy train to Sexy Town. Sexy Town is where it's at. Sexy gravy train town.
Avada Kedavra, boy. Hold on. Reverb 2, we need reverb. Atreus! Atreus! Oh, that's great. Avada Kedavra.
I believe I'm really going to enjoy this class.
I believe I'm really going to enjoy this class.
A few cobwebs and some dust.
A few cobwebs and some dust.
I am indeed a student, but I could very well be able to help you.
I may be a student, but I may very well be able to help you, sir. Dilly dilly. Why is the rum always gone? Oh.
Oh, you want the Grinch quotes with like the heavy reverb and echo? Hold on. Hello! No. Hello! How are you? I asked you first. Oh, that's real mature. Solve world hunger. Tell no one. Dinner with myself. I can't cancel that again. Are we doing news today? We kind of touched on a couple topics at the start of the stream, like the day before stuff. We talked about that right at the top. In two parts. So we did like a preview to it, and then we talked about all this stuff. So we did that, and then I think the Xbox showcase will have plenty to talk about. So we'll probably rely on that. Oh, hey, let me check out this Hogwarts Legacy reaction. Me quoting The Grinch, a movie from like 2003. Yeah, that's what you come here for. Okay, I want to see what the data streaming's like once you start flying quick. Is the pop-in really bad? Speed burst, flight speed, toggle, flight speed. Okay. That lady just appeared out of nowhere. Watch this over his left shoulder down on the road below. See that? Now, if you didn't notice that, that's okay. This is in 4K. Yeah, this is in 4K already. So no need to ask 15 times. So that pop-in, not everybody's gonna notice. That's okay. Not a big deal. I noticed it drives me a little crazy, but hopefully that's something you can just crank out with like being on PC. You can really just go crazy. It was magic. That's the get out of jail free card for this game. No matter what, it's always, it's magic. Oh, you fell through the floor? That's magic. Yeah, there's some pretty bad pop-in, specifically with characters. Watch as he flies. See, that guy just popped in over his right shoulder. You'll see what I mean. Watch. He pops in right here. See, he's fading in. And now he's in. Now, that might not drive you crazy. I'm a cynical ass, so it drives me crazy, but still. We are not making put it in 4K a meme. Please don't. Put it in 4K, Luke. Oh, we could sell t-shirts with that. Put it in 4K. Oh, that's kind of cool. Can you land up there? To be fair, they only have 2.5 weeks. So one thing I think it is important to reference and let you guys know about this. For builds like this, like when I tried Valhalla 6 months early, that build had been completed roughly, according to what they had told me, 6 to 8 months before that. So the version that we were playing as like a soon, like early preview of the game, or not that early, but a preview of the game, had been made half a year to 3/4 of a year beforehand. That's when it had been like locked down. So this version of the game could, in all likelihood, if that's the standard that's pretty normal, this could be from last summer, which is weird to think about. But like, that's why when it seems like out of nowhere, they just make all these improvements from these last look demos and stuff. It's not that they actually just threw that together. It's that this version of the game is from a while back, you know? So this might not actually be the major issue. A few reviewers have mentioned it, so I hope they work hard to fix the pop-in and weird loading. Yeah. That's got to be top of their priority list. It's probably why the game was delayed, honestly, so I'm down. Did you play this game early as well? No, I did not. No, I did not. Sure didn't. Sure didn't. I probably... No, I won't say that, but yeah, no, I did not. Oh, wait. Ooh, baby. Did that entire bench pop in? No, it was like a text. It weirdly kind of did, though. What on earth was that? He rounds these characters. This tells me it's a culling issue. So, and I've seen some artifacting from this in other segments of the game where there's like weird white outlines around objects. So what's happening... yeah, it's a culling bug. Yeah, I mentioned this before. And for those of you who have never seen this kind of thing before, let me just show you. The best example, Horizon Zero Dawn. I guess just culling maybe is where we find it. Yeah. Oh my God, shut up. So this is what game engines are doing all the time. When you look in a certain direction, this is the camera for the player, right? When you're looking in a certain direction, it renders those things on screen, and as the camera moves and pans, it gets rid of the stuff no longer in view in big chunks and blocks. And that's what's called culling. One of the other things that can be done with this to kind of stack it up, like let's just do culling or game development maybe. Because I've seen some other examples of this that do good. Yeah, this is like sort of looks like a class demonstration of it. But this is kind of what they're trying to do. So all of these areas that the player can't see, these out labeled areas, they don't want to render because it would be a waste because there's a wall in front of it. So the player can't actually see that. So to save on memory, you do, as you see, frustrum culling, occlusion culling, clipping, backface culling, and Z buffering. And they'll use all of these things in combination or sometimes in exclusion, and not render the bits and load these into memory that are not going to be seen by the player. What's happening here is that this player character blocks the bench. So to save on memory, the engine culls the bench and cuts it out. So cull, yeah. right here, as we pass, that's the dude's pants. As we pass, the bench has not loaded back in. And so it's just gone. And then it takes, so this is 1 frame, 2, 3 frames. It takes a full 3 frames, which at 30 frames a second is a full 1/10 of a second to load in, which is a lot. It's a lot. Is this, I'm having to press it twice. So yeah, this is 30 frames. And the fact that he's doing this, he uploaded this video at 4K, 30 frames. That makes me think he probably was playing on the quality mode. Does he say in the description what he was playing on? No, he does not. He does not. Oh, he's in Miami. I've actually thought of moving to, not Miami, but probably Tampa. Tampa or Orlando. So I don't know what mode he was playing this on, but for a 1/10 of a second, for that to not be there, that's not okay. That's not tolerable. So hopefully they fix that. As to how you fix this, I'm not even going to pretend to know the ins and outs of the tech side to get this type of thing working. But my understanding is that this usually has to do, again, with data streaming tech and overly aggressive culling, which is sometimes done in open world games to try and save on memory so they can go bigger and badder and have better stability. But it's just overly aggressive. Like, honestly, they probably didn't need to cull that bench in that moment, because you see they load back in, and it's not just the bench, it's also the light posts, this brazier, and then the light post over there. All of those load in at the same time. Oh, and it's these stone, like these stone, I don't know what you columns, maybe. Those go in between these things, and they were cold as well. That's weird. So that's something they got to fix, because that's going to drive people crazy. All of that popping. Maybe they need to set it so NPCs don't cause culling. Yeah, something like that. I think something like that could work. 16 times the detail.
16 times the detail.
But like you said, this might be an older version of the game, so perhaps the day 1 patch will fix most of the pop-in. It is annoying me, though. Yeah. Well, and I think it also shows it's going to be important, if they can manage it, to let reviewers play on the day 1 patch. Or at least a newer version of the game, because this is something like I would bring up in a review, but if it's fixed on day 1, then there's no need to get people like worried about it if they've handled it, you know? So who knows? Just finished your Forspoken review. It's hilarious how bad that game is. Dude, you'll see there are moments, I guess, like, it's just so bad. Like, oh no, I splashed some chai on the soundboard. Oh no. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Oh, man. No. Okay. I think we might be okay. We might be okay. Oh, man. Okay. Is the audio still working? Or is it like kind of... I'm kidding. Yeah, I spilled a little chai. I think it's okay. I wiped it up very quickly. Anyway. That's because you're being too critical. Chill. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. And people come to me to be critical, you know, so that's what I try to do. But with this type of thing, like if you're having a tech issue where for a full 1/10 of a second, huge chunks of your scene haven't loaded in, I'll tell you. Because if I didn't tell you, I would just be a shill. So I'm going to tell you. And if you don't want a reviewer who's going to tell you when shit's broken, then you know what? You're right. You're right. I'm not the YouTuber for you, my friend. Oh, it is so funny when, like, you know, we're playing a game like Forspoken and it's just horrible. It's just bad. And people are like, you're just really being too hard on this game. I'm like, what? Like, they're asking you to pay $70 for it. $70. Like, and you're trying to tell me that I'm the one being overly aggressive? Come on. Come on. Where is it? Oh, let's see. I haven't actually seen this final version. Yeah, I played through like an hour and a half of the game. Then I was like, okay, I'm going to play a good chunk more, like 5, 6, 7 hours more. However much more it was, I don't remember. And then when I come back, hopefully the game's great. And so I played it for the rest of the day yesterday. More impressed with the game. So you see me in just a moment, I will be all the more impressed with the game. So I'll see you in a second. It didn't get any better. No, seriously, I did so bad. Spend a handful more hours playing this. I got like a bunch of new abilities and stuff, but it's just not good. Extremely unlikable. It's just bad. It's just freaking bad. But people will tell me that I'm being like overly critical towards that. It's amazing. Anyway, that's beside the point. Lukeception. Oh yeah. Double Luke. Always. On PC or no? No, so I played it on PS5. Again, I keep choking on my throat. That's weird. Jesus. Oh. But I played it on PS5, and I will say that it didn't run very well on PS5. And then you look at the Steam reviews, and it's quite negative. It's not optimized well on Steam at all. So that game is going to need to go on deep sale for it to make any sort of sense for anybody. I saw someone try it on PC, and it looked like Minecraft. I'm sorry for laughing at your gagging. No, I prefer you laugh at that. Please. Please. Laugh at me. Hold on. Let me... And also, what a stupid name, Forspoken, right? Like, how dumb. Forspoken PC gameplay showcase 2.5 hours ago. Put it in 4K, but it might just be the bitrate. Yeah, honestly, playing this on keyboard and mouse would be way better than the controller. Certainly way better than the stupid-ass $200 DualSense Edge. I think I might... would one of you guys want this if I gave it away? Would one of you guys want it? I don't know, let me know. It crashed your stream. Oh, really? Oh, weird. I'm not showing any drop frames or anything. That's weird. Huh. That's weird. Only froze for me? Oh, yeah. A bunch of you guys are saying it crashed the stream. What's up, YouTube? Come on. I'm looking at the stream stats. It's not showing any issues or hiccups. I haven't dropped any frames, so it's got to be a YouTube server buffering thing. Wow. Huh. Weird. Anyway. Yeah, I actively dislike playing games with this thing. The number of times I accidentally press the function buttons that don't do anything but cause a physical pop-up on the screen, and when I accidentally press these paddles that are too large and protrude too far, it's so annoying. I like don't want to play with that controller. I'd rather just play with the regular DualSense. And I got it for free, so imagine how pissed I'd be if I paid for it. Like, man. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. I have the... Oh, here's a clip of Forspoken running on PC. Here it is. Looks pretty good. You know, not bad. You know what? It doesn't look that bad. I'll give him that. Amazing graphics. Oh, jeez, man. Everything to know. Oh, somebody got their hands on the Dead Space remake. Hold on. What's this? Some of you guys I know are very, very excited for the Dead Space remake. And while I'm like into it, I wouldn't say I'm like hyped, but I'm interested. So let's see what they said. They got early access to it.
2008, Dead Space was heralded as a fantastic game by critics and survival horror game fans alike, and a game that would properly iterate on Resident Evil 4's new action-oriented survival horror with a focus on shooting enemy limbs and small confined areas within the USG Ishimura, a planet-cracking spaceship. And yet, after 2 fantastic games, Dead Space 3 was released in 2013 to lackluster reviews and essentially killed the series. But 10 long years later, Dead Space is finally seeing life once again through a remake. But what type of remake will this be? Is it going to pretty much be a one-for-one remake a la Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy? Or are we looking at something that will completely reinvent the game a la Resident Evil 2? Well, here is everything we know so far about the Dead Space remake, a la me. It was announced back on July 1st, 2021 that Dead Space was undergoing a remake, probably thanks in part to the success of Capcom's RE2 and RE3 remakes, as well as EA's...
I'm still pissed about RE3. You guys, every once in a while, one of you guys will ask me, like, what game are you actually pissed about? Like, having paid for. Resident Evil 3 is one of them. Because it's so freaking short, and, like, it's just such a lazy cash grab. Ugh. It's annoying. I don't think this guy's played it. Yeah, he's doing like a run through, an overview, it looks like. Fire Emblem. I really liked Three Houses. Really like Three Houses. Except I killed so many students that it just... Because I played it on the hardcore mode. And then I didn't like really process that when characters died in combat, they were dead. And so pretty soon I was a teacher at a magic school with like 3 students. And, big oopsie. Big oopsie. Yeah, very, very short. Yeah, no, it drove me crazy.
Very own Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. The game is being developed by Motive Studios and published by EA. While the announcement trailer that would later release that month was gamers' first chance to see Dead Space in the works, the trailer actually did more than that. According to creative director Roman Campos Oriola, the trailer served as an atmospheric benchmark for the team and something they could use as a reference to try and hit for the entire game. In order to create its tense atmosphere with updated visuals, EA is utilizing their very own Frostbite engine. Frostbite engine was used on various EA Star Wars games, including Star Wars Squadrons, also developed by Motive Studios, and Star Wars Battlefront 2. Other games to use the engine include Anthem, FIFA 23, and Battlefield 2042. So far, Motive...
Does anybody else hear that list of games and go like, is that supposed to be a selling point? This engine was used on Bullcrap 1, Pile of Crap 2, Poopy Remake Ni no Kuni 3. Like, I just, like, okay, wow. Gotta go. Fallen Angel, thanks for coming out, my friend. Have a good day. Yeah, Squadrons was really good. I'll give him that. I know people that still play Squadrons all the time, so I will say that. Yeah. Have I played the Dragon Age games? Not really myself, but my wife Nikki is obsessed with them. She's played all of them like 10 plus times.
Studios has only co-developed on Star Wars Battlefront 2 and developed Star Wars Squadrons, so it will definitely be interesting to see how the studio handles Dead Space. While the graphics of the game are getting a major overhaul, another noticeable change is in the faces of the various characters. From Nicole getting far more detail, to Isaac looking younger, less gruff, and, well, totally different. This has actually been a slow evolution though from Dead Space 1. In the first game, there was a different face model for Isaac, then in Dead Spaces 2 and 3, that face model was combined with elements of Isaac's voice actor, Gunnar Wright, and now for the remake, the face model is fully him. The gameplay in Dead Space remains fairly faithful to the original game. That means that it's still a survival horror game with over-the-shoulder combat. You'll collect various weapons that each have unique strengths and weaknesses for taking out the enemy necromorphs, and you'll still be able to upgrade these weapons as you progress through the game. Additionally, the map is mostly faithful to the original game, with chapters and progression being similar. However, while the overall map is similar, it's also been overhauled. You'll no longer be locked off from accessing former areas of the game and map once heading into a new chapter. Instead, you'll now be able to backtrack whenever you want and find new routes. Part of what this means is that instead of taking a tram from one section of the ship to another, like in the original Dead Space, brand new areas were added to the game, with Isaac needing to physically traverse to get from the end of a chapter to the starting point of the next one. And this isn't always going to be inside of the ship. Sometimes this will result in Isaac taking a spacewalk on the hull of the Ishimura to get around to the start of a new section. And speaking of the spacewalk, while Dead Space 1 has Isaac clinging to the sides of the ship and then propelling off to a destination you choose, the remake has altered the zero gravity system to reflect how the mechanic worked in Dead Spaces 2 and 3, and changed up these sections from the original game to better fit the ability to move around wherever you want. That said, while Isaac doesn't take a tram to the start of a new section, trams weren't entirely removed. Instead,
I think it's great to tweak it so that people who like even played the remake or played the original recently in preparation for the remake can still get something out of it. I find that pretty cool. I like that. Tomorrow's my birthday. I'm just saying I accept monetary gifts. Well, happy birthday, Hoogie Buns. Happy birthday.
Once reaching a new section, activate the tram there and quickly return to previously unlocked tram stations. So there will still be...
There is some weird, like, pop-in.
And quickly return to...
So, like, where is it? You'll see, like, right here, all of a sudden the light hits it once it, like, stops moving. It's really strange. Like, right here. See that? I can't tell if a light's turning on. It kind of looks like it. Okay, I think it's a light. I don't think it's a pop-in. But it just it looks weird. But I think once it stops moving, a light turns on the top. Because it lights Isaac too. Right there. Yeah, so it's got to be a light. It just looked weird.
Tram stations, so there will still be an element of fast travel. Additionally, while some of the rooms may seem similar to what players saw in the original game, the locations of various objects and enemies have moved around. Whether that be a vent with a necromorph in it waiting to jump out at you, certain hallways and doorways, or even the location of various pickups like health ammo and guns. In fact, early on in the game, a character who originally gives Isaac a kinesis model for grappling various objects now instead gives him a pulse rifle, a terrible gun for cutting off limbs, but what you gonna do? You'll also find doors and lockers with a number on them and can't open them until you get that level of security clearance. As far as we can tell,
well, that's a really good way of encouraging players to backtrack. That's good.
Gaining new levels seems to be story related, so perhaps this will be an added incentive for backtracking. According to Campos Oriola, in creating the remake, the team referenced assets from the original game they had full access to, as opposed to just what would come out in the final release, and were able to find various corridors created in different ways that were likely changed at the time due to technical constraints, and very well could be something this new team are restoring and bringing to life for the remake.
That's super
Yet
cool.
Another new element to the Dead Space remake are added side quests. In the preview we were able to play, Chapter 2 included a new side quest to try and find Nicole, which the team has tried to make sure the player knows and feels is a major reason Isaac is on the mission in the first place. This side quest led to several new hologram recordings of Nicole. Another aspect worth bringing up, I'm sure many Dead Space fans will be dreading, is microtransactions. While Dead Space 1 and 2 were free of these, they were extremely prevalent in Dead Space 3 and considered by many to be a major detriment to the game as a whole, to the point where the gameplay suffered thanks to them. And fortunately, at least as of right now, there are no microtransactions in the Dead Space remake.
Okay.
So yes, you can breathe in a sigh of relief, I think.
Thank God.
While the story of Dead Space remains relatively intact for Dead Space Remake, Isaac's girlfriend Nicole is aboard the USG Ishimura on a mining expedition when things go horribly wrong.
You know, the microtransaction thing has always fascinated me because I'm like, surely, guys, you got to calm down. You got to calm down. Look at that. It's insane. How am I supposed to read this chat? This is crazy. It's glitching out. Like, I would love to know the stats because these studios take single player games and then they cram them full of microtransactions. And I just want to know, like, do they make more money doing that even though it tanks the reputation of the franchise or the dev? Like, are they still making money on that? Because maybe like the microtransaction list game makes, say, $10 million. And then the game with tons of microtransactions sells only 50 million, but do they make back the other 50 million or more in microtransactions? Because they keep doing it over and over again. I mean, they don't do it a ton nowadays, but in 2017 and 18, they did it a ton. I think probably what happened is that they did this a ton in like 2017, and then it just got so unpopular to do it that they decided that they probably looked at the numbers and realized they weren't actually ending up ahead anymore. It was actually more profitable to just release a single solid game. I don't know. It is really weird though. And that quarter, hold on, where is it? Let's see. And that quarter is what most execs care about, so they can boast a big number on an investor call. Yeah, well, sort of. Like, it all kind of depends, because I don't know if you guys knew this, but big executives, at least in the US, have to schedule the sale of stock. So, for example, like Elon Musk, he can't just come out today and sell like 1,000 shares or 10,000 shares or whatever. He has to schedule that publicly. And the reason they do that is so that you can't, as the CEO, like, hey, we're going to have to announce like a cancellation of the Cybertruck. We just can't get it working. It's going to piss a ton of people off, but we have to do it. So he knows the stock price is going to tank, let's say Monday morning. So he can't just come along and be like, with 3 days notice, schedule out the sale of half of his shares of the stock on Friday before. You know, like, you can't do that because that's super illegal. That's insider trading, basically. But yeah, we do a little insider trading.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
So instead, what he has to do is he has to file a piece of paperwork with the SEC and say, okay, on March 5th, I'll be selling 10,000 shares of stock. And I think I forget what the deadline is, but there's a set period of time it has to be, like, you have to give notice for. It's like 6 months or something. So the idea is basically that Elon Musk can't just come along and then the moment he finds out bad news that's going to cause the tank or the price to tank, he can't just come and dump his shares. He has to schedule that out. So, you know, maybe it'll be convenient, maybe it won't be. But what these executives probably are doing with games specifically is, if they know, say, okay, we're going to have to maximize revenue. I have a big payday coming. I'm going to sell a ton of shares. And that's coming on, say, June 1st. And our game launches April 15th. So I will be reporting income in May, maybe, depending on their fiscal year. And so the stock price, if we have a good return on that April game release, the stock price will spike right as I'm selling it. So then they cram that April game full of microtransactions, maximizing revenues. And then they go in, they profit from it. And then in 6 months or a year, yeah, they're not making anywhere near as much money. The stock price is plummeted, but they don't really care because they scheduled out the sale of this stock. That's at least how it generally works. I don't know if these executives are like, the thing with a lot of these guys, they are not selling stock commonly, as long as they still hold position within that company. Like Michael Eisner, who was the former CEO of Disney for like 10, 15 years, for a while, he still holds, like, most of his money is in Disney. He still holds all of those shares. So not many of these CEOs and CFOs and stuff are selling the shares of stock that they get. They do have to schedule it when they do, but most of them are sitting on them and they don't sell them. Because if you sell them, you have to pay taxes on it. So why sell it?
FR35HXKI115 donated $4.99
Thank you.
for Super Chat. I have never played Dead Space. Should I pre-order or wait for your review? Plus my GPU is a 2070s. Is that good for 1080p 60 for Dead Space?
We still don't know the performance and optimization on PC. So that is a question mark right now. But I would guess that Digital Foundry does a pretty comprehensive review of it. So personally, I would wait because PC ports recently have been really inconsistent. So I would wait until Digital Foundry does it. If I do a review, it'll be like kind of an I tried video kind of thing on it. And that probably still is like a week out. So I would just wait, check out Digital Foundry. And if they give the thumbs up, I'd jump on it for sure. The 2020 gaming profit chart, mostly mobile. Yeah, no, mobile stuff is ridiculous. They just print money. Sub Lewis. Yeah, it looks awful for the company and stock drop prices when the CEO and other high-level execs dump stocks, but their value will go up if they can get investors to think there will be a windfall. Yes. No, there's always a balancing act. I mean, maybe I can even find let's see. So like there's this site right here called Open Insider. And if we go up like tickers, let's go Apple. Filing date. Oh wait, hold on. Company. Purchase, sale, grant, sell to loss, gift, trading. Okay, hold on. Top officer purchases today. Let's go inside. No, officer purchases. Let's do this. So Jewel. Adamus One Corp. Gardina, I think. John Gardina. He's the president and CEO of the company and bought 40,000 shares at $2.67 at a value of $106,000. So what that would tell me is that he is buying into his own company. And you notice they just had a huge drop in price, which means he probably is pretty confident that that price is going to go up. So for me, this would be really comforting. And I'd be like, okay, so if the CEO is buying in, maybe I should buy in. If we look at sales as well, top officer purchases, top insider sales. Let's look at this. PPG. The senior vice president sold 21,000 shares at 128, down 57%, sold it for almost 2.8 million, and did that at this price point for 128. So that probably tells me she doesn't think that this stock price is going up anytime soon. You know, so that starts to get concerning. If I were holding PPG, I'd start to get a little worried. So all of this stuff can be used to start to figure out what's going on and what might be happening. If I go like EA, you see EA, Chief People Officer, COO, Andrew Wilson, the CEO, on December 29th at 5:09 p.m. He filed an SEC Form 4. And you can see here he sold 5,000 shares at 120 each for 604,000. So that's interesting. That's not a ton. You know, he holds a lot. He owns 133,000 shares. So, I mean, what does that come out to? Hold on. Where's my mouse? Where's my calculator? And then it pops up over on that window for some reason. Hold on. So 100, let's say shares right now are trading at 128, and then he owns 133,000, roughly 17 million. So he owns like $17 million worth of EA. Probably that's most of his net worth. So, you know, that I would guess this is probably he wanted to buy a boat or go on like a vacation or something. A lot of guys also pay themselves this way, but a lot of CEOs won't sell stock to do that. They will instead go and like, usually what they do is they will go and borrow, like take loans out basically, and then do that. But I mean, you see here, Andrew Wilson since October has sold a lot. So looking at this now, no, he's dumping shares pretty aggressively. He sold 7,000. So down 6%, down 5%, down 5%, down 7%, down 3%, and then down 4%. So he's dumping a lot of shares. Back here, I mean, he's sold almost 10,000 shares. Well, probably more than that, right? Over 10,000. So he must have gotten granted some. So that would start to make me think that he's feeling like right now they are probably headed down over the next year and a half, 2 years. So not super confident. But this is what you can use. I mean, all of this is public knowledge. So you can look it up. And if there's a company, I don't actually know if UB is going to be on here since it's a European company. No, UBI is different. It's like UB. Yeah, I don't know. Latest officer CEO sales over 100,000. Got all these. This guy dumped almost 75 million. Axon Enterprises, the CEO. He only dropped 13%. He owns 2.5 million of them. Jesus Christ. Hold on. Let's just say 2,537,694 times the price he sold him at that time, 189. That guy has almost just under $500 million worth of Axon shares. This guy is freaking loaded, and he lives in Scottsdale. Of course he does. If you've never been to Scottsdale, there is so much money there. It's stupid. That's ridiculous. So could we short stocks within reason off this website? Yeah, a lot of people do. If you're looking at this and you're like, why are they selling all this? Like, you have to do a little more homework, because it might just be that they, like, sometimes it is as stupid as they want a yacht, so they sold shares of their stock to buy a yacht. Sometimes it's that stupid. But if you start to see a pattern, like that a ton of, say, executives of one particular company are dumping shares of a stock, you should start to wonder why. You know? And so you could do it. It's not as simple as just seeing what people are selling and then selling that or shorting it. But you can absolutely use this. Absolutely. No, well, I'm saying you can. I'm not saying you should. This is not financial advice. None of this is financial advice. But is this a tool you could use? Yeah, absolutely. You could also use like the stars as a tool. I think it's a bad tool, but you could, I guess. Yeah, it makes you really just realize how freaking rich some of these people are. Like, it's crazy. Oh, geez. Yeah. I need to remodel my bathroom, sells stock. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it is that simple. If you own $500 million of a company, and you're like, hey, I want to do this thing for $1 million, why not? Why the heck not?
Some of those different types of Pikmins. I want to know what we're coming up against.
So they're talking about Pikmin. We're on our way. Let's see. Yeah, that guy's probably a billionaire. Oh, yeah. I mean, at least he's close. I knew somebody who was that rich. I've actually met a couple people, but I would say I knew one person who was that rich. And he was quite normal. But like when I say he only cared about money, like I'm not joking. You could tell him something amazing like, hey, I have a child on the way. And he would say, that's great. You just got to make sure you can balance out, you know, making money and time with your kids. It's important to spend time with your kids. But, you know, your kid will also be very, very thankful if you've got money to provide them when they're older. Like everything revolved around how it related to money. Like it was crazy. It's just a different way of thinking, I guess. Use the monkey method, which has been proven as effective as hedge funds in picking stocks. Yeah, no, and it's why it's so freaking funny to me when people think that they're gonna perform better than the market, or that they're gonna do it. Like, okay, while we're waiting for this Xbox showcase, let me share with you a little bitty thing. How do I do this? What's the play? Here, I can do this. Maybe here. And then I'll add this over here. Add. There we go. Hold on. Okay, I'm just gonna keep this on up here so people know that we're waiting for it. So real quick, little tidbit. Not official financial advice for the record, but this is a common fallacy I've seen people do, okay? If you are somebody that has bad debt, if you're somebody who has credit card debt, if you're somebody who has student loan debt, car loans, any of that stuff, if you have that and it's above like a 3 to 4% interest rate, there's no reason, I can do that, Rocky. There's no reason that you should be throwing money into like a Robinhood account trying to invest it. It doesn't make any sense because you'd have to outperform the interest that you're owed, or that you owe the lender. So what that means, like the average return on the S&P 500 is like 6%. 6%. So if you think that you are going to waltz in and get 10% on your money, you're just like, you're lying to yourself. Hedge funds, they try to do that. They get paid billions to do it. The ones that actually do it, they make billions to get returns that high. Hate to break it to you, you're probably not. You're probably not going to do it. Chances are you're probably going to end up losing money or getting less than whatever interest you are paying on your loans. So like if you make $10 in the stock market in January, but your debts have risen by $15 because of the high interest, you haven't actually done anything. You lost money. Yeah, you invested, but you lost money. That's why like Warren Buffett, his whole recommendation thing is if you have debt, pay off the high interest debt and then start investing. I cannot even begin to tell you how many people I know who have credit card debt, high student loan debt, car payments at like 7-8%. And they're trying to like throw $50 here and there into Robinhood to like invest, or they, God forbid, buy crypto or something. And it's like that. It's just dumb. And I think it's because a lot of people, at least in the US, are financially illiterate. Like they just don't know finance stuff and they haven't had it explained clearly. But if you have a loan that's more than, I'd say, realistically 4%, but if we're being completely consistent, more than 6%, you pay that off before you start investing, because investing wise, almost certainly you are unlikely to get better than an average of 6% annually. So like, God forbid, if you have a freaking, YouTube's just having trouble today with the live streams. God forbid you have credit card debt and balances on those. Pay those off before you even think about trying to buy like shares of stock or something. Proto, yeah, it's a meme at this point. It's become a meme. You should invest when you already have a comfortable amount of money, not to get money from nothing. Yeah, it's just, I think it really shows that people want to be financially stable. People want to be in a good financial position, but doing stuff like that, like when you have a $10,000 credit balance on a credit card or something, and then you're buying shares of stock, that just shows that you don't actually, like, that really shows you shouldn't be trying to invest and handle your own money. You really shouldn't. It's not easy to invest picking good companies and selling them at the right times. It's not easy. That's why it's so rare to make tons of money doing that. And guess what? The guys on TikTok that are trying to sell you access to like a Discord server, they probably are not wealthy themselves. They probably rented a car through Toro to take pictures in and look wealthy. They probably went to an Airbnb mega mansion, tried to make it look like it was their house to scam you. Like, it's not that easy. If it were that easy, everybody would be doing it, but they're not. But people want to be successful so bad, but nobody wants to like do it the proper way. Everybody wants to just like find the get rich quick scheme, which is why crypto exploded. I mean, people thought that they were going to buy into Dogecoin and Litecoin and porn coin and that they'd be billionaires in no time. And it's like, it just doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. A couple people maybe got super lucky, but you're not special. Like, I'm sorry. As I break the rubber band, we are not special, or at the very least, we can't act as though we're special. Maybe you are. Maybe you'll waltz in and make tons of money some crazy way. But you need to act as though you are the most normal person on the planet and that you have bad luck. You have to prepare for the worst. Like, yeah, you are not special, demonetized. Like, that's the biggest problem is people think like, oh no, I'm going to be the exception. You know, like, and it's kind of heartbreaking because you see people do it all the time where they like get some wacky college degree, rack up a ton of debt. Like, I remember I told this story before. I was at like an airport or something, and there was a guy. I went into the bathroom, and there was a guy in the stall, like the handicap stall down the aisle, and he was on the phone with, I can only assume it was like his girlfriend because he kept calling them like babe. But he's talking, and I think it was maybe in a mall. I don't remember where it was, but it was somewhere where like this guy was in the bathroom basically telling his girlfriend that she could go and buy whatever crazy thing that was very expensive, so expensive she called him to check if it was okay. And he said, yeah, just buy it, put it on the credit card, it's fine. And then he went silent for a second. He's like, no, it's fine, because once I sign my record deal, we're going to be millionaires, baby. And I was like, that attitude is what a lot of people have, where they think I'm going to become a millionaire rock star or, you know, a super famous, wealthy YouTuber or something. And so they live recklessly and ruin their lives because it's extremely rare, for one, to do that, and two, to make good money doing it. Like, let me be clear. I bet he's a millionaire now. I bet he's washing dishes at Bonefish Grill. Like, I think he probably racked up a ton of credit card debt with that attitude and now is drowning in debt because of it. Yeah, Luke, can I be a YouTuber? And that man was Justin Bieber. Yeah, and let me be clear, like, even I have made it as a YouTuber. I do this full time, but I'm not wealthy. Like, at all. My money, I get the direct deposit from YouTube, and guess what? I have to spend a solid 75% of it paying down student loans. Super fun, right? I'm not buying fancy cars. I'm not wearing the Gucci clothes. I'm not doing any of that nonsense. I don't live in a mansion. I live in like kind of the middle of nowhere in a very blue collar town. Like, I made it, and I'm not rich. But people think, like, it is funny. A good number of people in my immediate circle, and a 200 mug. Hey, this thing was a Christmas gift. I did not buy it. Okay. Yes, the Lego Titanic was reckless. I give you that. But that was mainly a very generous donation from Sean, who pops into chat every once in a while. So thank you, Sean. It's mostly Sean. And same with the Hogwarts Castle. That was also a Christmas present from Caleb, actually, like 2-3 years ago. So yeah, I'll give you that. But do as I say, not as I do. The day you wear Gucci is the day I leave. Maybe I'll do it like one day just to be funny. I'll show it and then I'll return it immediately, but just to see Rocky freak out. Yeah, coming out. Yeah, Luke had spotted driving a G-Wagon. I had to sell I drove a Honda Accord and I sold it because it was so expensive. Like, I don't really drive. I think the nicest thing I've bought myself in the last year, like to buy myself that I did not need, is probably this Apple Watch. I think that one, yeah, I did not need this Apple Watch. But I liked it. I like the ridiculous battery life on it. So yes, I got myself an Apple. I think this is the most I've splurged on myself in a very long time. But Luke rocking the Ultra. Dude, I'm not even joking. The battery life is insane. Like, we went on a weekend trip to visit my family up in Wyoming. I didn't charge my smartwatch once in like 3 days. Got home, still had like 20%. It's ridiculous. Like, this thing is insane. More watch than I need, but it's cool. Yeah, no, it's not for everyone. Again, it's very reckless. The other thing is that I'm going and working out a lot more now, trying to get rid of the dad bod. And then I also want to go get my scuba cert finally. And so this thing is rated for scuba diving and can even be used as a diving computer. So I was like, oh, then I won't have to buy one. It's not a rational way to think about purchases, but still. Let's see. A normal watch also. Yeah. I've told you guys. Luke, there were 2 bets made. 150 you shave, 225 plus you give me Hogwarts. I already told you, Rocky, because of all the work you've been doing, I will buy you Hogwarts Legacy. I will happily do that. I will happily do that. Will I shave? I don't know. I think we need a more difficult to reach goal than 150. Would I ever be interested in doing a charity stream or plug? Yeah, no, we've done a good number of YouTube videos where I've raised money on the YouTube video. Last year we raised like $5,000 to $10,000. I don't know the final number. But in like November it was 5,000 something. And then in December I did a couple videos for that charity, and we raised more. I would imagine it was close to another 5, but I haven't checked. I could check. I should do that. But we've raised thousands of dollars for some charities, specifically the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. We've raised a lot of money for them. It's a cause near and dear to my heart. Could I email you about a charity I'm working with? Yeah, Brady, go for it. I have my business contact email in the link tree that's in the description, so you can just send it there. Me and my team will check it out. But yeah, no, I'm always down to work with charity groups. I love it. I've been replaying Batman games recently and watching your critique after I finished each one. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. See, the thing you all don't know is I tease him for paying me, but I have all the means closed for him to pay me, so joke's on him. Yeah, no, it's true. I've tried to gift Rocky things a couple of times and he won't let me. So I'm gonna need somebody to do like a roundabout way of getting him something. I'm like, let me be nice to you. He's like, no. It's almost more infuriating. Yeah, John, we talked about that earlier in the stream, the whole day before nonsense. The game is one gigantic red flag. Would you join the Thanksmas streams next year? Thanksmas. What is that? I feel like I should know what that is. What is Thanksmas? I mean, probably if it's like a charity stream thing, hell yeah. But I don't know what that is. Surely between the 400 of us, we can figure something out. Yeah. Somebody's just got to figure out where Rocky lives and then go shove the game in his mailbox or something. He already has his own personal hype man. What else could we get? We can break into Rocky's house and force him to download Hogwarts Legacy. Yeah, well, because that's the thing is if I mailed him the game, he would just send it back to my P.O. box. So, like, it's actually quite difficult. We'd have to get his login credentials, buy the game for him, and then play it, like boot it, so that he can't return it. That's how we do it. Jacksepticeye's charity thing? Oh, cool. Yeah, no, I would definitely do that. Hi, Luke. Just came from your Forspoken video and want to pop in and say hi. Love your content. Awesome, Travis. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate you. And you're just in time. They're about to start the Xbox stream where they're going to allegedly reveal some stuff. Bethesda's not going to be here, for the record. So, That's one thing we do know. But there's going to be a handful of other studios, and we'll see. The big question is whether or not Microsoft can come along and save their last year's performance. Hold on. There was a tweet I saw. Oh, shoot. I don't remember who it was. Was it... I don't remember who it was. Xbox sales numbers, maybe. I don't know. I don't even know what to look up. Benji Sales, was it him? Did he post it? Somebody posted like the list of revenue. Oh, here it is. Xbox fiscal year 2023 financial or quarter 2 results. Gaming revenue is down 13%. Xbox content and services down 12. Hardware revenue down 13. First party and third party content declined, and Game Pass subscribers grew. This is all a problem for being so early in the generation. I mean, that's not great. That's not great. And what this tells me is that there's a real lack of energy in the Xbox ecosystem right now. And it's frankly because they don't have a lot of huge, like titles coming out. And the thing is, like, gaming revenue being down 13% year over year, that's concerning. They did get like Game Pass subscriptions to grow, which is good. But even that's not going to be enough to save it, because there will be a time, for example, where they have a bomb game like Starfield or something come out and everybody's playing it, but they won't really see a revenue boost because it's on Game Pass. So that's going to be the real tricky thing for them. Excuse me. They can have successful games, but that doesn't mean that they will have increased revenue, which is weird. Like, they could have a game that just explodes, but their revenue won't really reflect it. So it's going to be weird to see how they navigate this, because I really am not sure myself. I'm not sure how they do that, but they're going to figure it out. Do I think it'll lead to a price increase for Game Pass? Eventually, yeah. No, for sure. There's no doubt in my mind. They will start to raise prices. And I mean, it's business 101. You corner the market, become the exclusive provider of the product, and then you raise the prices once you've cornered it. So they're going to get all these members, and once they start, popping off, they're going to be able to start raising prices. I think what they'll probably do is they'll do stuff with, like, for Call of Duty, if that goes through, what they'll probably do is they'll introduce a tier that maybe is a little cheaper, like $5 a month or $10 a month. And it's like the COD pass. And it gives you access to all of the Call of Duty games. Because there's a lot of people that will play Call of Duty and will never touch anything else, right? So I think they'll start doing some stuff like that, where they'll give you access to families of games. Maybe the Bethesda pass for $5 a month, and you get access to all of the Bethesda games. So they'll do stuff like that, I think. And we'll see how that goes. But they're just going to have to get creative. Because it's the same thing, like, the name of the game for all of these studios and companies in the last 10 years has been growth. The only reason Netflix is valued in the billions upon billions upon billions is because they seem to have never-ending growth. Because it's tech. And because tech spans the entire globe, who's stopping them from just having basically unlimited growth? Billions of accounts made and stuff. It's like, well, nothing, I guess, is technically stopping them, except that eventually the competition gets so high that everybody pulls their shows from Netflix and has their own service, and then it becomes fragmented. People grow frustrated and then just cancel and give up. So eventually it catches up to them. But what is interesting is that Game Pass is actually coming a little bit after. Like, you notice they did Ubisoft Plus, and they've tried EA Plus or EA, whatever they call it, EA Access, I think. And they've tried to do this whole thing where they give you access to this one publisher's games and the publisher makes the money. But I don't think they've generated enough revenue doing that to justify it. And so Ubisoft's basically given up on it. EA's basically given up on it. And so I think a lot of studios, like, it's almost like as if Netflix were, on top, But then every NBC and ABC, Hulu, all of those attempted startups and attempted streaming services collapsed, and they just went back to Netflix. That's kind of what Game Pass represents. It's like the late stage thing. Yeah, Ubi still does it, but when I say they have basically given up, what I mean is that they are starting to bring most of those games to Game Pass. What about the Titanic? Yes, we're working on that. I'm going to pull the pieces out. We're going to keep working on it while we watch the showcase. Because we're close. This is where we're at. Okay, this is the last bit of the stern. So we just have to basically build the deck. And then there's the, like, whatever canopy thing. And then we have to build the mast, or the whatever masthead, and then the ropes will spawn, or I can't talk. They'll go across the entire thing, and then we'll be done. So we should be finishing this right here. Nobody wants 10 different subscriptions for all different publishers. Well, exactly. And I think gaming, like gamers in general, are far more savvy, for one. And they also are very, very demand and price elastic. So they do not tolerate being screwed over by publishers very well at all. Whereas like 60 somethings, 50, 60, 70-year-old people, they're just kind of used to the cable monopoly. And so they're like, yeah, well, cable, I want to watch my shows. Cable's $200 a month. It is what it is. Whereas young people are like, okay, screw you. I'm just going to pirate it. Or screw you. I'm going to go watch Hassan stream the whole season and somehow not get copyright struck. So you're going to start to see stuff like that. But with gaming, I think it's a little different because the price point is reasonable right now. $15 a month for Ultimate is great. And they also, yeah, I'm sorry, a little shot at Hassan. I know some of you like Hassan. That's why it's kind of funny. But he hasn't done it in a long time, to be fair. He hasn't done it in a long time. But it was pretty funny that he did it. Like, he was just straight up watching entire episodes of MasterChef on stream, like for hours. But anyway, so we'll see. I think if Xbox starts raising the price like to $25, I think you'll start to see some resistance. If they go any higher than 25, I think people will start to freak out, and you'll start to see mass, like abandoning. You'll see people leaving and giving up on Game Pass, and it's going to be a whole thing. Would I ever go back and play GTA 4? Oh yeah, no, I totally love that game. Luke's just jealous of Hassan. Oh, for sure, dude. I would love to live in a $3 million mansion and make ridiculous amounts of money watching MasterChef. Yes, I'm jealous. Yeah, you got me. Yes. Are you offering? Can I get some of that? I do. I know you're like kind of joking around, but I have had people like in that one video or stream highlight we did where I did the same kind of thing. I like threw out a joke about, I don't remember who it was. Was it maybe Asmongold or something? I don't know. But I said something and somebody was like, oh, somebody sounds jealous. I'm like, yes. Mm-hmm. You got me. Yes, I would love millions and millions of dollars for doing like a pretty straightforward job. Like, who wouldn't? Like, you're jealous too. We're all jealous. We'd all love that. You know? Like, come on. It's like, you think you got me with that? 40. Oh, guys, we're close. I think we have 5 bags left. We're very close. We're very, very close. A new season of South Park coming up. Not saying anything, but dude, I'm so ready for South Park. I can't wait for how they tie it into the Casa Bonita reopening. Because yes, I will be going to the Casa Bonita grand reopening in May, and I will stream it from my phone. It's gonna be awesome. Let's toss that back there. Okay. What are we gonna do with our time once we finish the Lego Titanic? Oh God, no! What do people do when they're not building Legos? I feel like this has been like weeks. Oh, there's one. I think it's been like 2.5, 3 weeks we've been working on this stupid thing, which is kind of hilarious. I'm going to angle this down so that we also have the Lego cam while we're doing this. Love it. Love it. And we are almost to the show.
Sort of a known quantity, and I think the people who know what the quantity is, maybe it's not enough for them to throw.
I feel like this guy has looked identical for like 20 years. Like he doesn't age. Is that just me?
You know, that comes out on the 22nd. Feels kind of radio silent for that. It's a little bit eerie.
Gosh, you're right. I didn't realize it was that close already. My goodness.
And
I've got a pre-order, and I'm like, oh, it's a month away already?
Yeah, and I mean, there's this big stack of, launch titles announced, but there's not really, like, any roadmap after that. So, obviously, that seems like it's targeting a very niche audience, but it's not really going too far to get more people involved.
Okay, do you guys say niche or niche? I was like pretty sure it's niche. But is it niche? I don't know.
I mean, even the small percentage of people who are paying attention, I feel like they don't have a lot to chew on. So, I don't know.
Still waiting on that.
I wish we did gaming with fans on the weekend. Well, we do member only streams.
Here's the poll for you to vote on for.
So we do that, but it can be a little tricky to come up with ways to play games with everybody. Because frankly, there's a lot of you in a really good way. I'm extremely thankful, but there's a butt ton of you guys out there, and it didn't used to be this insane to try to juggle, but it's gotten quite difficult to juggle everybody. But I'd love to play more games. It's just very, very tricky. It's Nileche, similar to correct spelling of Murdervin. Just came from the Forspoken video. Oh, awesome! Gil or G-Rec? Thank you. Glad to have you. So yeah, for sure. We could do Modern Warfare big. Yeah, private lobbies are going to be the name of the game. We can do it. I think it could be fun. Especially if we did something like totally insane, like a private server in Warzone, like back in the day when people would do that. That could be super fun. Can I add you on PSN? I'll be real, Pap. I have hundreds of pending friend invites. I've just kind of given up on keeping track of it. Plus, because whenever I review games, I have to set all of my privacy settings to like ridiculously private stuff. Like, the account is basically unusable socially, so it's just a whole other thing. Do you think we'll see Avowed at the showcase? I'm thinking so. They've talked about it a little bit recently. Even if it's just a follow-up trailer, I'd be happy. Just a little something. Just a little something so that we know it's real. That's all I need. Because it's been a long time. Like an uncomfortably long time. But now we're a minute and a half out. Forza! Legit, Luke, if you don't actually... Oh, crap. It scrolled past it. If you don't actually mispronounce Merlin and Hogwarts Legacy review, I will unsub. I think, I have to at this point. Yeah, I'd have to find, like, the thing is, I don't think there will be enough to talk about to, like, really justify bringing it up constantly. So I'll have to find some way of rambling about it for extended periods of time. But we can do that. Like, I don't know what his role in the story will be. Starting soon. Let's get it. Ivor, you mean?
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling. Come on, you. think it goes here.
Brady Long donated $4.99
Oh,
through
thank
Super
you.
Chat. Just emailed your business account. Thanks again, Luke.
Gucci, thank you so much. My poor European ears. Okay, let's see what we got. Are they gonna do like the thing where they try to make it super personable, and so they like half the showcase is just developer interviews? I love developer interviews, but when we're expecting like a showcase of gameplay and stuff and trailers, I think that's a bad look. But we'll see. They've said that the goal for this, by the way, is to try and do something similar to what like the Nintendo Treehouse things are, where they give you access to the developers a little more directly. So instead of releasing information about games once a year or twice a year, they want to show it off a lot more frequently and have you more involved in the development process. So we'll see what this is like. I don't think it's going to be what people are expecting. Baron, good to see you. Okay, Tango, turn 10, Arcane. Starting with the Minecraft. Okay, whatever.
Hello, I'm Dennis Reese, executive producer of Minecraft Legends. And today we'd like to give you an insider's look at how we're building the PvP multiplayer experience for the game. Minecraft Legends is a new action strategy game set in a lush, dynamic world. It introduces epic storytelling, and you can form alliances with new and familiar Minecraft mobs to stop the invading piglins.
Minecraft Legends will let you play the story-driven campaign as an online co-op experience together with your friends. And it will also feature a PvP gameplay mode where 2 teams with up to 4 players each works to destroy the opponent's team space.
I know it's like easy to meme on this, lol, Minecraft cringe. I actually think this is kind of a cool way to flip stuff up. Like taking a cool franchise and then turning it into something totally new. I like that.
Focus on the Minecraft universe.
It's so much fun to be working with Mojang Studios on Minecraft Legends.
Here at Blackbird Interactive, we have a talented team of developers who are using our background in strategy games to bring a new and exciting experience to the Minecraft universe.
We're super excited to share more details about PvP gameplay.
There are some really cool features that make PvP unique.
First off, players share their army and resources with their team. This means that individual players aren't able to win on their own. They must cooperate to be successful.
Communication is really important, and you can sort of really tell the teams that gel together because they naturally form roles at the beginning of the game, and as soon as we start, you're off collecting, I start building. We have our favorite roles, but we change them up.
Also, the world in PvP is procedurally generated, just like it is in campaign. This means that each PvP session is different than the last.
That it's different every time you play, depending on how the map is generated, where the valleys are, the mountains are, where the secrets are, you know, where the towers are.
In Minecraft Legends, the piglins are an ever-present threat, and this includes PvP.
The piglins are on their own side. They're trying to kill both of you at the same time.
So the opposing team is not the only thing you need to worry about.
Beware of the piglins.
In PvP, there's something for everyone. For players who like action, they can go attack the piglins or lay siege to the enemy base. For players who enjoy exploration, they can search the world to find resources for their team, hidden treasure chests, or scout the enemy base.
Gathering resources to help the team out, that's super important. But whenever I get into a PvP match, the first thing I try to do is to track down the Regal Tiger. It's my favorite mob to ride because it's really fast, but it's also really cute.
For players who like building, you can spend your time building defenses and upgrading your base.
That's
because
cool.
Soon enough, your enemy will attack, and you need to be ready.
So the first thing I do when we start is everyone runs off. I open the map, see where the enemy base is. First thing I build is what we call an upgrade tower, which allows you to build upgrades. So I place that at the back, away from the enemy. So I really pride myself in making, impenetrable bases.
Since the goal of PvP is to destroy the opposing team.
I want to know how long these matches are. Are they saying that this is something that you'll like load into on a server that you play like one match can last for weeks? Or is this like a full game is going to take a few hours?
Different layers of walls. So my opponents have to find their way through to my base, almost like a maze.
That's cool.
And then once those walls are up, I like to actually hide my ice traps behind them to catch enemies off guard.
When it comes time to finally take out the other team, my favorite strategy is to make a forward camp just outside the enemy base. Then I get the biggest, strongest mobs I can as fast as I can and start sending them in. Then I can smash down the walls, take out their mobs, and claim victory.
The real fun of PvP is creating a strategy, having a game plan, deciding how you think you're going to crush the enemy, and then all of a sudden the hosts tell you,
The opposing team just built a redstone launcher.
and you're like, I can't do my attack now. I've got to build an anti-siege tower, which is an anti-air tower, to stop the redstone launchers. You just have to be constantly changing your tactics. And sometimes you're like, I have no idea what they're doing. And then you certainly find out very quickly.
Resources, or do you want to go? I don't know. A while back, we had somebody on our dev team use a strategy where they built a bunch of what are called plank golems, which are archers. So they're very weak, but they do a high amount of damage. And he had 40 of them, and he just ran through our base, ran around our tower, and took out our entire tower.
That's fun.
With such a simple strategy.
And that's why we still love playing it every day, because every game is different. You never know what's going to happen.
That's cool. COC clan? What do you mean COC? Oh, Clash of Clans. We could do that. Why not? Wet donkey, thank you. I want a real donkey. You gotta chase your dreams. You want a real donkey? Yesterday, you said today. So just do it. Make your dreams come true. Get the donkey. April 18th. I'll try it. I think that could be fun. That could actually be kind of fun. I'll give him that. Okay.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris Sasaki, and welcome to Turn 10 Studios. The team is hard at work bringing you the next generation of Forza Motorsport, built from the ground up to take advantage of the Xbox Series consoles. This is the most technically advanced racing game ever made. Today, I'm joined by some of our amazing team members to show you how we are making it look real, sound real, and feel real. This is Forza Motorsport.
At launch, Forza Motorsport features over 500 cars for you to collect, race, and customize with more than 800 unique upgrades.
It does look very good.
This includes over 100 new to motorsport cars, the most modern race cars we've ever featured on our roster. Racing is violent. It's a battle on the racetrack. The advancements in our physics model are greater than Forza Motorsport 5.
Which is why we've also now introduced gunplay.
This makes our driving experience more fun and rewarding in the way the car accelerates, corners, and brakes. Our materials and shaders are built from the ground up at higher resolutions and optimized for a cutting-edge ray tracing experience.
Their music's popping.
Are sourced using a spectrophotometer to capture multiple data points of light behavior on a surface. This yields a paint model that has a much more realistic light response across color, metal flake, and gloss. Damage and dirt buildup is unique to each car. It's now contextually aware and more localized. We simulate paint thickness, chipping, and directionality. Dirt accumulation is more realistic, gathering more in the low-pressure areas like recesses and alcoves. These innovations tell the story of the work you put into a race and reflects the marks and battle scars of motorsport.
This is our best-sounding Forza Motorsport ever, and the first to be mixed natively for immersive audio formats like Windows Sonic and Dolby Atmos. To create an immersive soundscape, each audio system has been rebuilt from the ground up to deliver a new level of sonic depth and authenticity for our players. Modifying car parts like your exhaust and turbo change the car sounds in Forza Motorsport, just like it would in the real world. Every car now has a variety of sound possibilities based on the parts you've installed. Hardware-accelerated convolution reverb accurately reproduces how sounds in Forza interact within an acoustic space, dynamically adapting to its surroundings and creating a realistic and detailed soundscape. New features like our regional track announcer system and improved tire and suspension audio bring a new level of realism to the game. Hear Forza Motorsport like never before. Every tire squeal, every engine, lap after lap.
Forza Motorsport launches with 20 environments, built from the ground up for this generation. You'll get to race on iconic fan favorites, as well as 5 all-new to Motorsport locations, including our first in South Africa, Kyalami. We capture our environments to an incredible level of detail. When we reference a track, our team comes back with over 3 terabytes of highly detailed photogrammetry and laser scan data. Through the power of the Xbox Series consoles, we're able to use this data to draw up to 10 times more.
Oh, imagine we all went to the Wizarding World together. Dude.
You'll see lush trees,
no joke, yes.
overgrowth vegetation, animated track lights.
I'll let you guys know next time I'm going to Universal Studios Orlando or a place like that, and we could do a meetup. It'd be awesome.
Tracks look alive, sound alive, and feel alive with cutting-edge visuals and crowds consisting of tens of thousands of fully animated 3D spectators, so you're always immersed in the pure spectacle of racing. For the first time in Forza Motorsport, fully dynamic time of day with weather ensures a constantly evolving racing experience where no 2 laps ever look the same. Meanwhile, dynamic track temperatures, wet driving surfaces, and rubbering in ensure that no 2 laps ever play the same. I love the detail our talented team of artists have built into Kyalami. Fast forward to night, and the vista is truly breathtaking. You can see the distant light glows of the city, a beautiful visual touch. Even the Kyalami logo itself creates visual impact every time you see it, thanks to ray-traced global illumination, which simulates how hundreds of thousands of light rays accumulate color as they bounce between surfaces. We're rendering all our environments in 4K at 60 FPS with real-time ray tracing on track to create true-to-life reflections on all smooth mirror and flat glass surfaces. With the incredible detail and rendering features of our track environments, Forza Motorsport is truly a generational leap ahead with unmatched visual fidelity and authenticity.
Forza Motorsport is back, and it's our most comprehensive game ever, with over 500 cars and 20 environments, with more new race cars than ever before. You can experience all of this in our incredible new online racing mode and in our all-new car-building focused single-player career. We cannot wait for you to get your hands on this incredible game.
Nikki, say hi! Oh, you're just out of camera frame. Nikki's here!
Yep, that's me. And you're probably wondering how I ended up here. Well, it's pretty standard. Check this out! music player in my chest. It's powering up my new robot arm. Whoa. It's making everything sync up with the beat. Let's rock. This is awesome! That's the defect!
What in the hell am I looking at?
The name's Chai, not Defect.
Is this the guy?
We'll take down this company. One boss at a time. Just so you know, they're insane.
I don't know what this is.
Ready for more?
Profession, rock star.
Future rock star.
Art style's cool.
I'm Shinji Mikami, studio head at Tang Gameworks. Thank you for all your support over the years.
Now that's
I'm
a
John
chin
Johannes,
strap.
director on Hi-Fi Rush.
Chill out! It'll be fine! Power forward!
まあね、このゲームを僕が作ってたら、もう全然違うゲームになったと思う。だけどこういうゲームがね、生まれて本当に良かったね。
So everyone thinks of us as putting out horror games like The Evil Within or spooky games like Ghostwire Tokyo, but this is clearly something totally different. And if this game hasn't already leaked, fingers crossed, we hope it's a pleasant surprise.
Let's have some fun.
まあ僕はね、本当に新しいものができて、未だにワクワクしてるよ。
お、でもチームもみんなそう思ってますよ。So we've been waiting for this for a long time. So let's jump in and explain exactly what Hi-Fi Rush is. Hi-Fi Rush is a rhythm action.
Oh, thank you.
Through Super Chat. Hey Luke from the UK. New sub and Gase been really enjoying spending the evenings with you and your community. You guy are a real Lua.
Lua, laugh. Thank you so much, my friend. I'm glad to have you. Thank you.
Connect your attacks and abilities. You are in total control during combat, but everything you do syncs up like an awesome music video. That's Hi-Fi Rush. You play as Chai, a wannabe rock star and victim of a weird corporate experiment that lets him sense the rhythm of the entire world pulsing to the game's soundtrack. As you can see, the beat moves the world around you and is the key to combat.
You looking for me?
Your attacks will automatically sync to land on the beat, making Hi-Fi Rush a super easy game to start playing. However, attacking on the beat leads to combos that end with a musical countdown we call a beat hit. Think a big cymbal crash at the end of a drum solo, like this. Landing beat hits unleash a combo finish that adds unique musical flair and high damage attacks.
That's cool.
And the crowd goes wild!
Chai! Chai! Chai!
So I think this could be cool. It's like that that rock and roll game. What was that? Came out recently. I can't remember. But these types of musical rhythm games are something they've done recently, and I think it's kind of cool. The writing could be cringy. We'll have to wait and see. But I'm intrigued. This could be good. They don't have a great track record. Ghostwire Tokyo was super mid, but who knows? This also is very pixelated.
Never restrained by the music. You can jump, dodge, parry, and attack.
Where's my mouse? There it is.
Using whatever attacks you want. It's not about mashing buttons. The key here is feeling the beat.
Yeah, Metal Hellsinger, that's it.
Your progress isn't blocked by missing the beat, but you get rewarded musically and mechanically for staying in rhythm. When we say everything moves to the beat, we mean it. Enemy attacks, cutscenes, dangerous obstacles, you name it. It all syncs to the music, creating an ongoing jam session of a game. To help out is 808, your robot cat companion who literally hovers over your shoulder and helps you find that rhythm. But we also have visual guides to help you even more. We want you to be able to enjoy Hi-Fi Rush, whether you're Rhythm Pro or not.
I look so cool doing this.
Chai also gets by with a little help from his friends. Literally.
Get up, slacker. We've got work to do.
Chai will team up with unlikely allies who expand his repertoire of moves both in and out of combat. There's Peppermint breaking barriers and juggling enemies, along with Macaron smashing enemy armor and knocking back enemies. Tag teaming with Chai's partners and attacks opens up huge possibilities for dynamic combos and over-the-top action.
That's not bad.
The extra help is handy, because when you're not fighting, you're going to be running around and wreaking havoc all over Vandelay's corporate headquarters, where everything is trying to take you down. You and your partners have a singular goal in mind: taking down the bosses of Vandelay Technologies. Besides wanting to erase Chai for being a defect, it seems they've got something a little bit more sinister on their corporate agenda. You'll fight through each department to take them all on, each level with their own musical spin on the rock genre. And then we have a showdown.
So let's get ready to crumble.
Boss battles are climactic set pieces, varying from straight-up fights and musical minigames to chase sequences. Custom choreographed to licensed music from amazing artists. Hi-Fi Rush is like nothing we've made at Tango before. And we think it's like nothing you've ever played before either. It's a high-energy, feel-good rhythm action experience that's amazingly satisfying to play.
Whew. Pretty rock star move, Chai.
Yeah, so the writing could be annoying for many, but it doesn't sound like they're taking it very seriously, which I think is good. The problem and the reason why like Forspoken's dialogue comes off as so cringy is because they're taking it so seriously. Like they think that you should be really, really captivated by this character who's annoying AF. Whereas this guy being kind of obnoxious is somewhat to be expected. Like, yeah, it's all silly.
Not only are we super psyched for you to play this, we're happy to tell you that you can play Hi-Fi Rush tonight. Not a demo, the full game. Seriously. It launches on Xbox and PC a few hours after the show, and yes, it'll be on Game Pass as well.
Wow.
We hope you enjoy playing.
Okay, so maybe it's not that outrageous to suggest that Starfield will come in within like a week or two. I mean, imagine if they do a Starfield showcase in April and then like the game's available after this stream. Can you imagine? Huh. That's cool.
Mind if I join?
Wow.
Does that mean I have to fight?
I believe it does, sir.
How about...
This is entertaining. You're going out with the trash.
Here's your Project Armstrong pass. And welcome to Vandelay campus.
Yes!
So that's surprising. That's totally different in terms of approach than anything I can think of. Wow.
Welcome to Hunt Valley, Maryland, and the headquarters of ZeniMax Online Studios. You just saw a cinematic teaser for The Elder Scrolls Online's next chapter. I'm pleased to reveal ESO Necrom, which will launch in June and is shaping up to be one of the best updates to the game ever. If you watch the teaser closely, you saw that Necrom will include one of the most requested features in ESO, a new playable class called the Arcanist.
Yeah.
It's only our third new
I know
class since
it's
launch,
like obviously they're trying to hype it up, but it's always funny to me when people come out like Apple does this and they're like, "Oh, this is the best iPhone we've ever made." Like, imagine if they came out and they said this is one of the biggest expansions, and it's stacking up to be one of the most okay launches we've ever had. Like, it's like, of course they're gonna say it's great. This is gonna be the worst expansion ever.
Reunite with some old friends and explore a story based around the return of a well-known Daedric prince you just might remember from the Dragonborn Skyrim DLC. For those of you new to ESO, we release a new expansion called a chapter every year. Chapters are essentially standalone games in ESO that let you adventure in a new region of Tamriel. But you don't have to wait for the Necrom chapter to jump in. We've got so many amazing experiences you can enjoy right now. If you love games like Skyrim and Oblivion, you'll feel right at home amongst the thousands of stories unfolding across every region in ESO. And as anyone who's played a classic Elder Scrolls game knows, it's all about those feelings when you're fully immersed in the world. Remember
I've heard
that
it's pretty
feeling
good.
when you first encountered a dragon? We've got an entire province that's overrun by dragons. Or questioned if you were capable of taking down a frost troll in Skyrim? Try it for yourself in ESO. What about the moment you visited a city in Morrowind that was built inside the shell of a giant crab? For the Oblivion fans out there, how about another chance at taking on the colossal Daedric prince, Mehrunes Dagon? Just like any single-player Elder Scrolls game, you can have a blast simply by following the main quest line. Or seek out lore and learn more about the world. Become a craftsman. Go fishing. Decorate and furnish your home. Customize your character. Play it like an action RPG. And when you're ready, you can easily engage in one of the best open-world PvP systems. Run dungeons co-op with your friends for great loot. Or just join a guild to chat with others. The possibilities in this virtual world are endless. New players will immediately feel right at home because our community is one of the most, if not the most, welcoming on the planet. We invite everyone who has not yet experienced ESO to give it a try and create your own stories in our shared world. There's no required subscription and thousands of hours of content to dig into, solo or with friends.
That's cool.
Explore nearly every corner of Tamriel with no level restrictions. It's magical being able to travel almost anywhere you please from the moment you enter the world. ESO is available on PC and Mac in addition to previous and current gen consoles, including a purpose-built next-gen version for the Xbox Series X and S with high-fidelity graphics and enhanced performance modes. An added bonus for Xbox players, it's on Game Pass. And starting today, for a limited time, we're making all past chapters available to explore for any player, so everyone can test drive all of our adventures, including our take on Skyrim, Morrowind, Oblivion, and much, much more. At ZOS, we have so many passionate and talented developers who continue to add to Elder Scrolls lore by producing handcrafted, epic adventures, and I'm immensely proud to be a part of it. Believe me, we have tons more to share, and I can't wait for the team to show it all to you. Join us after this show for the 2023 ESO Global Reveal, where we'll go deep into all things Necrom. Thanks. See you in Tamriel.
It's cool. Luke Stevens' clan in the game. We could do that. That'd be fun. That could be super fun.
Something evil is swallowing up this place bit by bit. Nobody ever believes things can get this bad until it happens. Then, it's too late. But there are people who can fight back.
Stick together! Eyes up!
Welcome to Redfall, Massachusetts, where the calm seas and sunny skies have been eclipsed by a legion of vampires. Redfall is a story-driven shooter at its heart, which can be played single-player or co-op with up to 4 players. Choose your hero, each with their own unique abilities, and form the perfect vampire-slaying squad to take back Redfall's haunted streets.
At Arcane, we make games where the world itself is as important as the characters. With Redfall, we take an exciting step forward, building a lovingly detailed open world to deliver our largest setting ever.
Sorry, that's
Every
the
inch of our
stupidest
open
thing I've
world is
ever heard.
carefully handcrafted and packed with environmental storytelling.
Oh, wow.
Explore the streets of a quaint island town, from the once bustling downtown to the haunted forest to the decimated seaside boardwalk and gorgeously detailed landmarks. But it's not all danger all the time. There are safe places on the island where you can rest up, chat with survivors, and resupply. Here we're at the fire station, one of your home bases. This is one place you'll receive missions from survivors.
There's something I need you to do. The old lighthouse in the bay. It's been used for over a century to keep boats away from the coastline. If we turn it back on, it's a warning to anyone trying to come to Redfall right now. Easy, right? Well, the lighthouse keeper's a real asshole. Joined up with those cultists and took the damn lamp with him.
Go on, Bert.
Here's a vampire known as the Shroud. Shrouds blanket the area in darkness, disorienting their prey. They hurl lethal projectiles and can even shift through the floor to avoid damage.
Bugging out.
The lighthouse is back up, but there's more waiting for you. Taking down vampires angers the vampire gods, who will summon the Rook to take you down.
Let's transition to what you'll find outside of the main story missions. There's so much waiting for you. Redfall is filled with encounters that can pop up anywhere, like this brewery that's fallen under cultist control. Save the locals from being offered to the vampires. Like our past games, you can approach a mission in many different ways. Always be ready to improvise. Remy uses her combat robot Bribon to help distract and eliminate the cultists.
We got him, Bribon.
The blood.
savvy internet. You?
Everyone's safe. Let's move on. Exploring Redfall will take you beyond the bounds of reality as you investigate otherworldly psychic spaces to unravel the vampire's secrets. Take this vampire nest. These deadly layers change each time you step inside. Jacob sends out his raven to tag the enemies below. Dev follows up with his teleporter, instantly closing the gap. To destroy a nest, you have to take out its heart, and all of the vampires willing to die to protect it.
Horrible way to die.
Stirring the life.
I woke them up. Just one bite. What just happened?
Now escape the nest before it comes crashing down.
It'll collapse any second.
Nests aren't the only psychic spaces. You'll find dangerous pockets all over the island.
Is it just me,
It's
or is
all
the term
vampire turf,
psychic
so
spaces
tread
like
carefully.
the most annoying thing ever?
I got you.
Redfall won't truly be safe until the vampires are wiped from the map. Outside the main story, another one of your missions is to take back Redfall neighborhood by neighborhood. Find safe houses hidden all over the island, and then work your way up to the vampire controlling the neighborhood. To reclaim this neighborhood, you'll have to defeat a powerful vampire called the Siphon. Whether you dive in solo or with friends, each hero can take on any situation. Each brings powerful, unique abilities to the fight, and the upgrades you choose change how they play. Here, Layla's lift ability can be upgraded to launch teammates for airborne attacks. Upgrade Layla's umbrella ability with bullet hail to absorb enemy bullets and release the energy back at them. There are many ways to customize your hero's ability tree to match your playstyle.
Nighty-night.
Aimbot!
Let's get
Aimbot!
some light on the subject.
Let's hit on the arsenal. There's a wide range of weaponry, from military gear to new vampire-slaying inventions. From shotguns to sniper rifles.
Well, well.
And of course, there's also vampire stakes. Find these in the world to customize your weapons. When you reclaim significant sections of Redfall, the last step is to face the underboss who controls, or used to control, that neighborhood. Underbosses are powerful elites of the vampire gods, with their own unique abilities, like this one's shield. When you prove yourself against the underboss, you'll receive a key of sorts. A skull that gets you one step closer to facing the ultimate threat, the vampire gods.
Thank you for visiting Redfall.
And thank you for all the support you've shown Arcane throughout the years.
We sometimes joke that our games can be tough to define. The one thing that's consistent?
We make the kinds of games we love to play.
And that's how Redfall was born. We blended everything we love here at Arcane Austin.
Immersive open worlds, unique and customizable heroes, RPG and FPS gameplay.
And of course, our signature storytelling and rich world building.
Along with our spin on one of the most classic monsters of all time.
Vampires.
It's been amazing to see how all of us have pulled together to deliver our vision for something new.
Redfall is the biggest, most ambitious game we have ever made.
Our teams dove headfirst into this new opportunity, and we can't wait for you to experience Redfall for yourself.
Thankfully, you won't have to wait too much longer.
They said something really interesting.
Redfall's coming on May 2nd.
Thank you again for joining us.
And we'll see you soon in Redfall.
Here we go.
So they're trying to own the fact. They said our games can be hard to define, which I find interesting because one of the biggest complaints about Redfall is that nobody really knows how to define this game. And so it's really interesting that they're kind of owning it, and they're like, yeah, no, it's our games are hard to define. That's one of the things about our games, you know? So they're taking that and trying to turn that into a selling point, that this is just like all the other games they've made. It's interesting. It's not something I expected. Outro. Okay. Any big drops? One more thing? Probably not.
There we go. 3, 2, 1.
Hello. It's so much fun to be working with Mojang Studios on Minecraft Legends.
This is our best sounding Forza Motorsport ever. Yeah, that was all right.
The team that edited this needs a raise.
Thanks, and see you in Tamriel.
Predictions for the next Mr. Matty. I would bet you good money his video is we, all caps, need, lowercase, to talk about the Xbox showcase or developer direct showcase. I think it's going to be one of his we need to talk about. Okay, that's my prediction. If Matty is seeing this, then I'm going to laugh if he actually doubles down and does it. But May 2nd, and then Starfield is, well, that's what's weird. Okay, so to touch on that, shut up, stop, go away, stop. Sorry, I love you guys, but stop. There's the chat. I come on screen, you guys lose your mind. So one thing that Todd Howard has said, he said a couple of things. First of all, he really wants games to have a quicker turnaround, right? He said that. Secondly, they are dropping a game today from this. And I'm pretty sure, could somebody verify this for me in chat? I'm pretty sure they've said that Starfield is coming in the first half of this year. I'm like almost certain that they've said that, at least on their website. I think that's what it still says. Yeah, that's the end of the Xbox showcase. Does it say Q4 now? I thought the website for Starfield said first half. Starfield game, like on their website. It was on one particular, it was like on the FAQ or something. News. Questions, talk with this. I've seen it somewhere. Access channel game says Discord. Okay, I already was there. Maybe they've changed it, but I'm pretty sure they said the first half of the game. on the support page, I believe. Terms of service, privacy, careers, support center, status. What's status? Oh, it just shows what sites are active. Okay, support center. And then if we select featured Bethesda.net, Redfall, can you select Starfield? Or is that not available yet? I don't know. Either way, I'm not crazy. You guys are saying first half according to Google. Okay. I mean, Google might not know, but it was on the website. It was on the website. So at the very least, they're saying right now, or at least they've said very, very recently, coming in the first half of the year, which would mean if Redfall's coming out in May, the first half of the year is like end of June or earlier, right? So what they might do, dude, is they might go to E3, announce it, and then turn it around in like a day or a week. I mean, that would be like a straight up break the internet moment if they announce Starfield and then flip it around and say, and it's available on Friday or something like that. People would lose their minds. Or if they did what they just did here and they say at 5 p.m. tonight, it's available. The internet would explode. That's all people would talk about for all of E3. If that's the case. Like, they could, I mean, if their goal is to just dominate headlines, that would do it. The game better be polished, because if they do that and then it's not polished, it's a bad look. That's a technical foul. So, you know what? Time will tell. But I don't know. Do we have emote slots? Now that we hit 100, we might. I couldn't find where to check it. But I really... Oh, I think it's in the monetization tab. Hold on. I'll check. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see how they handle this. Because I really don't know. Like, if they're going to delay it, I think they need to announce it soon. I really think they got to do it sooner rather than later. But who knows? Membership level, default perks, creative 6, supers, gifting. I don't know, man. I don't know where it is. I know. I'll keep that tab open. I'll look for it. But either way, I mean, it's just, they know people are hyped. They've said first half of the year. They just announced this game for May. Maybe they come out of nowhere in March and drop it. But if I were Xbox executives, I would think you probably show up to E3 and then just win it by dropping something crazy like that. Then Sony, if they want to have any headlines during that, they have to come in with like The Last of Us Factions or something. Which they might. They might not, though. I don't know. You really think it's March or April? Maybe. I just think like if the game really is ready to just come out and drop out of nowhere and dominate headlines, why not just wait till E3 and dominate E3 headlines when gamers are most hyped up? You know, like, that's what I would do. You know everybody's going to lose their minds when you announce it. So why announce it and make everybody lose their minds in March and then leave everybody kind of bored at E3 when everybody kind of expects stuff? To me, it makes more sense to go and blow people away at E3. Because if they showed up, I mean, just put yourself in that position. We are watching, let's say right now, the E3 showcase for Xbox. And then they have Todd Howard come out, and everybody's really confused because they said Starfield was coming in the first half of the year. And then Todd gets up there and says, listen, we know that we promised to you guys that we were getting Starfield out by the first half of this year. And there's been a lot of questions about that. And that's why I'm here to tell you that in 2 hours, Starfield will be available worldwide. People would lose their freaking mind. Like, internet over. So I think that only, I mean, that would make sense if it's actually ready. But pre-orders, yeah, that's the one question with this. But they also had, like, they just missed out on pre-orders for the Tango Gameworks thing. So maybe their goal is, instead of pre-orders and chasing that, they just go and, like, allow people to wishlist it and then break the internet with sudden drops. Because, like, I think pre-orders are less important now than they were a few years ago, specifically with Xbox stuff. So that would break the internet. I don't know if they'll do that, but that would break the internet. I guess we'll see. For the people saying that E3 would empty out. Well, that's the one funny thing, is that all of a sudden E3, the show floor, would be pretty empty after that. Like, everybody, all these journalists who flew out to E3 for this big conference, all of a sudden they're like, can I go home? Can we just call it? Like, seriously, everybody would lose their minds. It would be hilarious. The internet would explode. You know, honestly, that for me might actually work out nicely, because we'll have the new baby is due June 10th, right before E3. So I'll be home kind of stuck on the bed with the baby for hours and hours on end. So to be able to play the game, like, with the new baby like that would be pretty cool. 100 members, 14 slots we can add. KEKW and Copium. Awesome. That's great. Send me the versions of it you want, Rocky, or that you think would work well, in a Discord DM, and after stream, I'll add them. But dude, I'm losing my mind. If they actually did that, that would be amazing. In all likelihood, they probably do a dedicated showcase in, like, March, and then tell us it's coming June 25th or something, and then people will just lose their minds. Played Nation, they have a media event for Starfield planned for early March. Do you think it will be buggy because they worked on the important things? So I've heard the rumors about the March thing. I don't know if they've actually confirmed that. Last I heard, they said they were planning something, but I don't know if they'll actually, like, if it'll actually be out on that day. Or in March. I don't know if that's confirmed. If it is, I'd like to know that, if you could send me something that confirms that. But as for whether it's going to launch broken, as I've said, the best indicator of future performance or quality is past performance and quality. And Bethesda has, in the last 20 years, never released ever a polished game. Never. So what makes you think magically this will be the time that they figured it out? Like, that's just not how this works. Like, they aren't magic. They don't have magical abilities. Best indications are it will be more of what they've done before, which is probably a good game that's fun, but a game that's probably pretty broken at launch. And I know that makes me seem like a cynic, but it's just looking at past performance and then extrapolating future performance from that, you know? How do you guys feel about Fallout 4 PS5 update? Is that a thing? I've not heard about that. Skyrim was polished until it took an arrow to the knee. Dude, I haven't heard somebody use that meme in a while. Let's see. Devil's Advocate, Microsoft forcing QA. Maybe. But also, like, what are the last few big Game Pass games, like Microsoft exclusives? Like, I don't know. I guess you could say High on Life, but that wasn't a first party title. Like, they They published that. Because I don't think Xbox owns owns Squanch Games. I think they just published through that. Grounded, yeah, I guess you could say Grounded, but Grounded also launched early access and it was super broken, and then they spent like weeks and weeks, or not weeks, years working on it. Did you hear about the news on Justin Roiland? Yeah, I did hear about that. Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. That apparently, like, if you look up the text messages he was sending to like who he thought were little girls, it's straight up To Catch a Predator shit. Like, initially I was like, oh, he's arrested for this? Okay, well, I mean, we have to let the justice system play out, but if he is guilty of that, that's awful. And then I read the text messages and I was like, oh my God. Like, if those text messages are real, I guess I should clarify that. They are alleged at this point, I suppose. But if they're real, yeah, F that guy, for real. Like, oh my God. I read them and I was like, I cannot believe an adult would even think this way, much less send those messages to an of-age girl, much less send it to somebody he thought was underage. Like, it's baffling. Baffling. And there were a fucking, yeah. Yeah, calling 16-year-old girls jailbait. Yeah, jailbait, he called him like the forbidden fruit and stuff. Like, and once he got a taste, he wouldn't be able to stop. Like, really creepy stuff. Let's see. As for everybody else that was saying the showcase seemed really boring or lame or whatever, I don't actually think so. I think it represents a change in format and approach that I actually am kind of into. I like the improved transparency. I like the cool out of nowhere announcements that are just totally surprising, that nobody sees coming, like the Tango game or Tango Works, Tango whatever, Mango Tango, whatever the crap. That stuff's super cool. Audio's dropping. Yeah, I'm not showing any drop frames. It's YouTube again. YouTube's just having trouble today, dude. Their servers are all over the place. I don't think it's just you. I think it's YouTube. So, yeah. How do you feel about leaving Twitch now, Luke? Every once in a while, I think. Every once in a while, I ponder. And I'm like, could we move back? Could we do that? I miss some of those stuff. Some of those nice features with... Whoops. I screwed this up. Some of those nice streaming features, but... We're here now. We're stuck. I don't have any contracts or anything signed, for the record, so I could leave if I wanted to, but still. Yeah, doing cutting out YouTube ad. Oh, and also Played Nation. Thank you for that. Thank you for the membership. Appreciate you. Go back to Twitch, please. Stream on Kick. Yeah, I heard Kick is a new thing. Some people are trying. That's Mixer 2.0, and also Kick, I recognize from the Hansen versus Predator thing that he did, where he started going back and trying to catch predators again, and they were all using the app Kick because it's like an anonymous messaging thing. So it's like a favorite of creeps. Justin Roiland would love it. Oh man, Whippy Knight, good to see you. Thanks for coming out. Kick, or not Kick. So is it a different app? If it is a different app, then they should rename it, because that's bad. It's really choppy right now. Yeah, and it's telling me the stream health is excellent. That's weird. Man. I don't see any problem. Yeah, so it's got to be a server issue with them. I don't know, man. I do miss, I've said it before, I miss some stuff that Twitch had. Twitch, I think, was way better for the streamer and the moderators. But YouTube's better for the viewer. And so far, they just haven't figured out a way to improve the overall quality for both sides. And I mean, the fact that moderators in here can't ban people is insane. Kick is a Twitch ripoff. Kick, K-I-K, is the messaging app. Yeah, I think they should probably rename that, because I immediately thought that it was the messaging app that made a live streaming mode. And I associate it with pedophiles. So I would recommend they change that, but you know, what do I know? Nikhil, thank you for that. Thank you. Appreciate you. I was going to guess at the currency, but I don't remember what that one is. So I will not even bother potentially messing it up. What's bad for the viewer, is it the resolution limit or what? No. So on Twitch, there, for example, is no, like, there's no permanent VOD storage. Whereas on YouTube, it's just, it turns into a YouTube video basically. There's also no, like rewinding or pausing the stream in that way. Rupees. I'm sorry. Yes. Indian rupees. So there's no pausing, rewinding. Like in here, if you come into the stream and you're like, say 10 minutes late, you can just start at the beginning, because it's kind of like DVR, watch it on 2x speed, catch up to where we are live, and then just continue watching currently and live. Which is awesome. Like, I love that. However, on Twitch or on YouTube, while you can do that, they randomly have server issues like this. They randomly run into problems with moderation tools. They really, really struggle in terms of like integration of Twitch, or chat bots and things like that. They have very, very little support there. All sorts of problems like that. YouTube is viewer free. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Finding past streams is a nightmare. Yeah. Or viewer friendly. Viewer friendly. Yeah, YouTube's viewer friendly for sure. I hate that you can rewatch the stream when it's still live, or can't rewatch the stream when it's still live on Twitch. Yeah, it's really stupid. And that's one of those things where I'm like, I can understand why being on YouTube is really nice. But also on Twitch, there's a much healthier community of like emotes, and for the streamer, it can be nice because Twitch subs and gifting and stuff like that is very, very commonplace there. Whereas on, what's going on here? Whereas on YouTube, it's not really a thing. I mean, it's getting there. We still have some very generous gifts from viewers and stuff. Don't get me wrong. We had people, gifting subs today, but on Twitch, it's extremely common. On Twitch, I think we had, when we left, like 400 to 500 subs. Whereas, or maybe 300. I think it was 300 actually. I think it was 3. So like 300 subs, and then we just hit like a few days ago 100 memberships on YouTube. But just to put in perspective, on YouTube, about 40% of members, which is their version of subs, did not renew. So they came in, became a member for 1 month, and then did not renew. Whereas on YouTube or on Twitch, it's very, very common to renew. Jesus. I lost a piece. Where'd it pop off? So, I don't know where that went. That's gonna be a problem. Hold on. Luke has to get on his hands and knees. Oh my god. So I think that there's just stuff like that where it's no wonder that a lot of streamers prefer Twitch, because frankly, you can make a lot more money on Twitch. Seriously, where did this stupid piece go? It just like evaporated. That's really weird. Did it fling all the way back there? I'm so confused. Don't see it back there. Don't see it back there. Well, it's kind of an important piece. And I seriously have no idea where it went. I dropped the piece that it was attached to, and then it snapped off and went flying somewhere. And I don't know where. I don't know. For the love of God, title it Luke Lost His Marble. Yeah. Under the chair? I looked there. I think it slid like under this subwoofer, or hopefully not underneath the cabinet thing that the desk is sitting on. Because if it went under there, I don't know if I'm ever getting it out. Oops. Oops. It's up my butt making a ham sandwich. Yeah, for real. Check the live again and see where it fell. Well, the piece, like I have the other part of the piece here. So this fell right there. And it was sitting there. And so the piece had to go out in one direction from here. So it's not like it's behind these boxes or anything. But I don't know. Where to put that? There's the flashlight. Don't mind me, guys. Welcome to the stream. Well, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Under the sub. It's not under the subwoofer, but there's a ton of dead spiders under the subwoofer. So there's that. Thank you, Will. What is it? Will Sellen? Thank you for becoming a member. You can rewatch while live on Twitch. If the streamer has VOD saving on, you just go to the videos tab and click the VOD. Yeah, but it's not like built into the viewer. Like you have to go to a videos tab and do that. Like it's a whole other thing. Sony stole it after ripping on the control. Yeah, for real. Did it fall behind this? When was the last time I ate popcorn in here? This is a wake-up call, okay? Vacuuming is good. You should do it more. This is gonna drive me insane. Seriously, like it couldn't have gone anywhere crazy. Unless it like flung up and over somewhere. I don't understand. Luke, do you allow viewers to send you clips and YouTube links? Yeah, we're starting to run into potential problems because we had somebody try to send me during a live stream a, let's just say, inappropriate video. So we usually ask that you submit it like in the Discord. And then we can, like, specifically in the Discord before the stream, and then we can check it out from there. But yeah, I would say just submit it to the Discord. Like, say, hey, I thought this would be cool to check out on stream. It's just, I think going forward, unless I like specifically am looking for a video on something, just for sake of being easier, we probably just need to specify, send it beforehand, you know. Forged Horizons, thank you for becoming a member, by the way. Appreciate you. Where was I when that happened? I think it was one of the streams when you were asleep. It's fine. It was just I was kind of being stupid, and somebody was like, "Hey, check this out," and I clicked on it. I was like, "Nope, nope." Big nopes on that. It's just like when we are like we're starting to have 300-400 people in here regularly, and the odds are decent that one person could pop in and think it's really funny to try to get me to pull something up on stream that I shouldn't. So, you know, we just have it as a policy. Send it to a mod on Discord or submit it beforehand, I think is the easiest way to do it. Well, I'm going to have to just like, maybe I get the vacuum and I just go ham, and then I just have to see if I ever suck it up. I don't know. Buffering is better on YouTube though, because it doesn't jump ahead and just continues where it left off. Yeah. Looks like it bounced to your left. That's what I'm thinking too. Maybe it's underneath this little AC unit. Hold on. I don't think it bounced up anywhere. It's not under the chair. It's not in the chair. Subwoofer. In the drawer? No way it went in the drawer, right? I'm so confused. Where the hell did it go? Let me move this out of the way. You're watching the slow collapse of a man's mental fortitude. Like, this is. You ever watch Breaking Bad? You know the episode with the fly? That's what this is. This is the fly. This is the fly episode that's happening in real time. You're watching it happen. I'm just gonna, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to move the whole subwoofer out. It's got to be back here somewhere. It's not in the red flag. Come here. Come here, Mr. Subwoofer. Okay. Hey! I found it! Focus. Focus, damn you. Focus. I found the thing. That's the little bugger right there. And then Luke drops it again. Okay, we're okay. We did it. We did it. Is this common place? You don't have any extras for previous builds? This is the Lego Titanic, so it has very unique and special pieces that you can't just find laying around. So it's a little bit more difficult to just hot swap a piece out, you know? It's a little trickier. So you have to be a little bit more careful and not drop the stupid pieces if you want to be successful. Okay. Then this goes here, and I'll be very cautious. Oh, I need to calm down after that? Yeah, for real. That almost sunk our chances at finishing this. Oh, this is funny. This game isn't real. Lamau, zero gameplay shown, bunch of fake trailers, tons of excuses, and now this 8-month delay because they forgot to get the rights to the game's trademark just weeks before release. This just screams abandoned PS5 scam all over again. Yeah, for real. And they're using like the announcement sections and videos that they do to pitch other apps that they sell and publish. Like the whole thing is just super duper sketchy. Super duper sketchy. Yeah, I wish the game were real. I wish it turns out to be good, but this is not a good sign. Dare I say a bad sign? Pass the cranberry sauce. We're having mashed potatoes. It's such a scam. Yeah, dude, the whole thing looks ridiculous. It looks ridiculous. Okay, is there anything else? What were we going to talk about? I guess we could go back real quick over the Redfall stuff. Because there were a couple things that jumped out to me while we went through that. So, I will say, I think in terms of gameplay, it looks fine. It looks like a typical kind of co-op, I guess, looter shooter. It doesn't look super compelling to me. These aren't my normal kinds of games that I love. I do know a couple people that generally like this kind of thing, so they'll probably enjoy it. Like Phipps, or Caleb, Ryan Cyclops, really likes this kind of game, and I could see him getting really into it. Personally, it's not really my type of game, but who knows? Who knows? I missed a couple pieces. As for graphics, I think it looks interesting. I like their art style. I'll give them that. But the character designs are a little cringe to me. The gunplay itself, it doesn't look as punchy as I was hoping. I don't know. Mr. Showtech, oh hey, you are the guy that saved me from a lot of premature pre-purchases of games early, so thanks for that, aka the hype destroyer. Yeah, kind of. You know what? It's one of those things, people have gotten kind of pissy recently about it, specifically with Hogwarts Legacy. I get people are very excited for the game, but that's because it's a game that people have wanted for a very long time, and I just would hate to see a ton of people have their hearts broken. So I try to talk people off the cliff. But it's like there was that one guy in the Hogwarts Legacy subreddit who said, and I'm not even joking, this is like, as far as I'm aware, a direct quote. He said, even if the game comes out and is horrible, I will still be happy that I was this hyped for it because I got to be excited for something with a ton of cool people, which is kind of sweet. Like for him, it really is not about the destination of the game. It's more about the hype. It's almost like the hype is its own kind of sub game for the people that get this hyped for stuff. Which, while that's not how I go through things, I can kind of understand it. Like if that really is good enough for you, the hype itself is just part of the fun. Good for you. Props. I'm not that way, but good for you. I'm glad you could get enjoyment that way for the game. What the hell is this? They want me... No way they want me to do that. Really? Really? Okay. Okay, weird. I'm getting sloppy. I'm missing steps. I'm forgetting to put pieces down, so they aren't connecting super well. Did a piece just fall on me? Or I'm starting to go insane, guys. I'm starting to lose my mind. I'm feeling pieces drop that didn't drop. I'm missing steps. I'm losing it. I'm going loco crazy. Okay. Anyway, I understand the hype. Hopefully you are getting into this. Who's editing this? We could let Jacob do it. I think, yeah, take a break. Let Jacob do it. Luke slowly turning into Voss. Do you know the definition of insanity? I am going crazy slowly. Yeah, I think what it is, honestly, I think the Red Bull's just wearing off. I was hyped up for the first like 3 hours, and now I'm starting to crash, and I sound like a crazy person because of that. Okay, there we go. Caught up. No longer missing major steps. That's all right. Okay. I'm like mortified that I'm going to reach a later phase of this construction and then realize that I missed like a base plate or something, and now I have to take the whole thing apart. It's like a compulsive fear of mine. Yeah, this looks like Left 4 Dead. Yeah, I think that's the clear, it may be inspiration, to use a nice word for it. And that's fine. I don't have any problems with games looking similar to other games or playing similar. It's okay to take inspiration. That's totally cool. The reason people are kind of upset about it is just because I think there's a lot of maybe less than positive emotions towards Arcane after Deathloop. And let's be clear, Deathloop, I believe, came from Arcane. Is it Arcane Paris? What is it? It's the other Arcane that's not Austin. And so a lot of people are kind of skeptical towards this game to begin with because they felt burned on the last one. And, you know, that just means that you have to do an even better job of selling it to people. But you heard what they're doing in the stream. They are actively embracing the fact that this is hard to define and hard to explain to people, and they're trying to pitch that as a selling point. It's like, no, our games have always been hard to define, and that's what makes them great. So it's not actually a bad thing that we can't explain what this game is. And that to me is worrisome, because devs should be able to clearly and concisely explain what makes this game worth playing and what it is. And even if it's not like a comprehensive explanation, that's okay. But just something so we know what we're getting into. But they're still having trouble doing that. And that to me is more concerning than anything. I think this game probably launches and it's probably pretty fun. I don't know if they've said if there's microtransactions or cosmetics available for purchase or anything like that. It seems like a game that would definitely have that, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Do you like the John Wick films? I have not seen them. I know. I'm terrible. I'm the worst. It's mainly that I just don't have a ton of time for movies. I did add it to my list, so it's on my like list of movies and shows to watch. I just have a huge list of things to watch, so it's like kind of there's just a lot. Yeah, what? I know. I'm the worst. I know. If you like action, they're awesome. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I think I would like it. Should watch it on stream like Hassan. Dude, if I ever get to the point where this stream is doing well enough that Hassan reacts, ironically enough, to my casual teasing of him, that would be quite funny. Like, I think Hassan seems like a nice enough guy. I've said before, like, I think he tactically, raging against the rich while also living in a multi-million-dollar home, it's just not an effective look. I understand, like, he's talking about billionaires, but it's a bad look when you have, like, you're wearing shirts to red carpets saying eat the rich, and then you live in a $3 million mansion. Like, you have to be aware that looks bad, right? Like, I'm not crazy for pointing that out. But other than that, I mean, he seems like a fine dude. I'm all for him. I want him to be rich. I'm one of those people that actually will support you. I think being rich is a good thing. Good for you. You worked your ass off. You have money. You should love money. Like, you shouldn't worship it, but like, everybody loves money. Everybody wants more of it. But for some reason, it's like socially taboo to say that you like money. It's weird. It's just weird. Like, no, embrace it. Say you want more money, because everybody on this planet wants more money. That's okay. We can be upset at the system. We can be jealous of the people that have a lot of it. But there's nothing wrong with you for wanting more money, because money is freedom, right? So I'll defend people who have money, like Hassan. That's fine. I would hope that you're doing good stuff with it and not bad stuff. But yeah, I'm not, to be clear, I'm not bashing the dude for being rich. Don't get that twisted. And yes, I'm very jealous. As Eminem said, money doesn't buy happiness. It buys crazy ass happiness. That's funny. Enter ABBA. Money, money, money. Ain't it funny? In a rich man's world. We just listened to that in the car the other day, actually. Yeah, it's like I saw in a book I was reading, she made a really good point, and she said that if you actively hate money and people who have it, you shouldn't be surprised when you look up and you're 50 years old and you don't have any of it. If you really hate something, of course you're not going to have it. At least in spades, right? Shouldn't be surprised at all. And that's kind of what we see with this stuff, where it's like, yeah, there's a real weird hatred for wealth and success with people. Do I really have 2 spare smooth tiles? Really? That can't be right. I think I do. That's weird. Normally there aren't that many spare smooth tiles, but I guess I do just have 2 spare smooth tiles. Okay, well, that's weird. Huh? Money doesn't give happiness, but it makes it way easier to obtain it. Yeah, and money buys freedom. Like, the biggest thing is just having, like, FU money. If you have FU money where you can just do whatever you want, that's what everybody is like really, really wants. Because the idea is that once you have FU money, you can do whatever you want, whether that's like your dream is to sail. You just want to live on a boat and sail around. You can do that if you have FU money. If your dream is to be a painter in the woods, you can do that if you have FU money, where you don't have to worry about expenses or anything like that. Or if your dream is to just like play video games day in, day out, you can do that with FU money. But you have to get there, right? So the idea is that not the money will make you happy, but the money will enable you to do the things that make you happy. That's at least the idea. People hate people claiming, People hate people claiming to be self-made when they come from wealth. Oh yeah, no, that disingenuous tripe is certainly infuriating. No doubt. No doubt. Like, it's one of the things that I did see some people really teasing, like Hassan about, because Hassan was saying that he's entirely self-made, but most of Hassan's success is because he had connections to Cenk Uygur, who owns and runs the Young Turks. And he went on the Young Turks and was like a co-host, and that's where he got started. So, you know, that's most of it. And that's why a lot of people, you know, teased Hassan about that stuff. And I don't have a problem if your family members want to help you. But I agree, like, if you're going to claim that you were totally self-made, and meanwhile, most of your stuff and most of your success comes from other avenues, then you shouldn't be surprised when people tease you, right? That piece fell, and I found it immediately. That's okay. Let's see. I'd say it's more of a hatred between huge disparity in wealth among the classes. Oh yeah, no, for sure. That's definitely it. But that's the thing, is I think a lot of this gets misconstrued, because like Hassan saying eat the rich while living in a $3 million house, I don't think perhaps he even realizes just how rich like he already is to the rest of the world. Like, he is the rich. But he's talking about the billionaires. But everybody else who's not a millionaire even is talking about like the millionaires, right? So I think I might have to go to bed. It's almost 6 a.m. and I haven't slept yet. Oh, go to bed, Imperium. Yeah, no, you're good. Go get some rest. We're just chilling out, building the Lego, relaxing, taking it easy. So go get some rest. Okay, this should work. This, and then these 3 pieces. Okay. Anyway, I make about 80K a year, and I have coworkers who consider me making the big money. Oh, did you guys see that TikTok I made where I was looking at Jocelyn, who was the body scan double, whatever you call her, body model, I guess, for Abby in The Last of Us Part 2. And I looked at her Twitch channel, and I made like an offhand comment where I basically said, yeah, and so she's got, this many viewers and this many subs. So she's making probably $3-4 grand a month. And so, you're not getting rich off of it, but you're making some good money and you're living well. And that was the end of the TikTok. And I can't even tell you how many people in the comment section went off and were like, 4K a month is rich, ... privilege much. And like, I realized, okay, I guess we just have different definitions, right? Like, to me, I think we could say you're rich when you're a millionaire. I think once you have $1 million in assets, I'd say you're rich. Like, to be wealthy, I'd say is probably like in the realm of 100 million or 50 million. But 4K a month where I am is like probably below the median. And don't get me wrong, for most of my life up until very, very recently, 4K a month was well more than I was making and would be the difference between like comfortable living and where I was at the time, which was pretty uncomfortable, very poor, barely making it. So it's only recently that I've grown comfortable. But I think there's a difference between being financially comfortable and being wealthy or rich. And yeah. I was just surprised because I was like, in some parts of the world, $4,000 a month is certainly rich in some parts of the world. But I thought it was clear that I was referencing like in the US. But maybe that wasn't clear. Even in the US, in some parts of the US, 4K a month gets you a pretty comfy life. You're doing pretty good at 4K a month. In Colorado, not so much, but in some places. Like I knew somebody who I talked to in college a lot, but they moved down and they're doing like, like woodland conservation kind of work where they're going around and they like survey forests and stuff. It's kind of interesting. But where they were was like very rural, and their rent was like $120 a month for a pretty nice apartment. And like they were living like a king. Like they were the wealthy friend in the friend group, and they were making probably like $35,000 a year. But they were very wealthy where they were. It's all relative, but if I came in there, like making more than that, not rich by my standards, not a millionaire, nothing like that. If I went in there, people like I'd be a god to them in terms of wealth because it's all relative, so it's just different in terms of where you're at. Whereas like 4K, yeah, exactly. 4K in like LA or New York, you are screwed. Like you're in trouble. you're going to be homeless pretty quickly. Pretty damn quickly. I did that. Okay. Okay. Then these go here. Okay. Let's see. 4K a month after taxes is pretty okay here in Sweden, but kind of average if it's before taxes. Yeah, I was talking before taxes too. I am God, don't you dare. I net close to 2.5K per month, and it's not amazing, but I usually have some spending cash each week. But that's with my car paid off and no student loans. If I had a car loan, financial aid, I'd be broke. Yeah, well, that's the big thing. If you're actually paying down your student loans, you like that 4K a month is more like 2.5. A lot of people my age, though, just aren't paying student loans. They just don't. Because they're like, I knew somebody who, I wouldn't call them a friend, but an acquaintance maybe, took a couple classes with them in college, and they got a degree in theater performance. And this person spent hundreds of thousands of dollars over the course of the 5 years or so they were in college getting their degrees, because they took out maximum student loans. They like just did not care about it. They went crazy. And they told me like straight up, oh, I'm not too worried about it. I'm not worried about it. I'm going to not pay it. And I'm just going to wait for when, in their words at the time, it was like this was pre-2020. So they said, I'm going to wait until Bernie Sanders wins the presidency and forgives all the student loans. It's like, it would be stupid for me to pay loans right now. I'm just going to wait till Bernie wins. Oops. Oops. But that's the attitude a lot of people have. It's weird. What's the interest on student loans in the USA? Well, Alan, it depends. So federal loans, probably around 5 to 7%. On federal loans, that's when the federal government backs your loan and says, we're going to basically pay the interest for you. But not everybody qualifies for those. Basically, you have to come from a very poor family to qualify for those. And if your family comes in from like mid range incomes or higher, even lower middle class in a lot of cases, then you are going to have to go with private loans, which is what most of this guy's loans were. And those private loans can go upwards of 15 to 20%. Very predatory. Very, very predatory. I know somebody who has like 15+%, or no, it was like 17.5% loans on most of their stuff. And at that point, you're going to be paying $1,000 to $2,000 a month towards those student loans, and probably only like $300 to $400 are going towards the actual loan itself, loan balance. The rest is just pure interest. You're just losing money. It's insane. My private loans are 14%. Oh, Jesus, Hound. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that sucks. That is a weight to get out from under. Because the only chance you really have are to refinance. You guys heard me say, like, I recently refinanced my student loans. And just in refinancing them, it made it so now if I make $1,000 payment, my student loans will be reduced. The balance will be reduced by about $980. Before that, about $380 would go towards interest. Not even touching the balance of the loan, which is insane. But that's the thing. Student loans in the U.S. are big business and are extremely predatory. It's insane. Like if anybody should, or if there were any way, I would really, really hope that some politician or somebody comes in here and knocks up the, that sounded sexual, like tears apart the student loan infrastructure, because it's broken. Like it's just flat out broken. But part of it is like students will go and get student loans in the realm of hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they'll do that for degrees that are useless. And that's what really is horrible. Yeah, principal pays the loan off. Yeah. So, like, to put it, like, to be more clear, like, if I currently make a student loan payment of like $1,000, $980 goes towards principal, and $20 goes towards interest. Whereas until before that refinance, like $380 would go towards, what did I say? That would go towards, interest, and then the rest would go towards principal. Like, it's crazy. Bachelor's in clowning. Yeah. Tater time. I'm in the middle of watching your Forspoken video. Cannot believe how bad it is. And I tried, man. I tried to give it every shot. Nobody can tell me that I didn't give that game every opportunity. Because I did. But man, they make it difficult. just not good. It's not good. I know. Well, I don't know this person. I heard a story from a friend, a close friend of mine. I've mentioned this before, so I'm not making it up. But this woman, she was the aunt of somebody I knew. So I never met her, but I heard the story from her niece, my friend. And she said that she had an aunt who got student loans and had a good amount extra. Basically took out an extra like $15,000 to $20,000. $15,000 to $20,000. And guess what she did with it? With her student loan. She didn't pay it back to just reduce the principal and, I don't need this extra bit, toss it back. She bought a car on a student loan. And guess what happened? She totaled the car like a few weeks into the first semester. And insurance wouldn't pay it because it was her fault. So, to this day, she still has like a $15,000, $20,000 balance that didn't even go towards her education. That was just wasted money. Because she was dumb. Capitalism may be the best system we've tried, but it isn't sustainable. Well, the fundamental flaw with nutjob with capitalism, as it is in the US at least, is that it assumes everybody is basically competent at playing the game. The problem is most people are financially illiterate. Most people don't know how to play the game properly, and so they lose. They go and they apply for a student loan that's crazy high interest rate, and they think that that's just what you do, and then they don't understand how to pay it off, and they lose the game because they're playing against banks and bankers and financiers and people. And so they just don't, they're not equipped to play the game properly. And schools don't teach people financial literacy at all. And so kids get out of high school and start going to college, and they get told, oh yeah, just sign up for this credit card. It'll be fine. I know somebody who didn't know that you had to pay off credit cards. He's a very smart guy. He just honestly did not understand how credit cards worked, thought that it was basically a free money program from the school or whatever it was that he got it through, and racked up a balance, forgot about it, and it almost ruined his life. He got it all together now. He paid all of it off now. He's got his life back together, but almost didn't go well at all. Did the bank not tell him? Well, they have a vested interest in being very, very vague. Because when I worked at the bank, if I got you to sign up for a credit card, I got a bonus. And when I worked at Best Buy, if I got you to sign up for the Best Buy credit card, I would potentially get, more of it. It was it was mostly that you would just get your bosses to leave you alone for the rest of the shift. Because they wanted you to sign somebody up for a credit card every single shift. Whereas so if you didn't have good sales numbers and you weren't getting people to sign up for credit cards, then you would be fired. So you had a vested interest in trying to kind of, basically just get people to sign up for credit cards, even if it probably wasn't in their best interest. I remember one time a lady told me that she wanted to apply for the Best Buy credit card thing. And she described how she had just gone around and gotten turned down for credit cards at multiple other places. She had gone to Kohl's, I think it was. She got turned down for that credit card. She got turned down at all these other places. And she was still trying to apply. Because she needed the credit card so that she could then put some other purchases on it. Because she wanted to just bounce around town, max the credit card, and then walk away from it, basically. Which is crazy. But at the end of the day, it was her, it's up to her to apply for the credit card. I cannot legally tell her, no, I'm not going to allow you to apply for this credit card. I'll get fired if I do that. I'm like, listen, woman, this is a bad idea. You need to not sign up for this. It's up to her if she wants to apply for it and keep dinging her credit and ruin it. She didn't get approved, thank God. But I still remember that because I was like, it seems like there should be some sort of way that at least I can recommend that she not do this. Because this is ridiculously stupid what she's trying to do. But the system is built on that. And furthermore, like, the kind of really messed up thing is that for Best Buy, they get like a $200 kickback every time you apply for the Best Buy credit card. It's probably more now. It's probably more like $300, $400. Just for you applying, Citibank will pay Best Buy hundreds of dollars for them to try to get you to sign up for the credit card. So, of course, Best Buy is trying to get you to sign up and trying to get you to apply and all that. But I mean, again, at the end of the day, it just comes out to the system can work amazingly well if you know the rules of the game and how to play. But most people don't know the rules and lose badly. And of course, people are like, they feel screwed over and they get mad at the system when in reality, like the system, if you know how to play, can make you ridiculously wealthy, extremely successful, and you can retire a wealthy individual. But if you don't know how to play, of course you're going to lose. And it sucks. Am I going to review Hi-Fi Rush? I don't know. I'm intrigued, but I don't know. Do not do store credit cards, only bank credit cards with interest points paid to you for purchases. Well, TB, the big, and this maybe pisses people off, but the big thing is just most people can't handle credit cards. I know maybe it makes it sound like people are stupid. I'm sorry if it sounds that way, but most people cannot, in terms of like financial maturity, handle credit cards. They just can't. Basically, the only way credit cards are justifiable is if you are able to pay off the balance every single month and never pay interest. If you pay interest on any credit cards, you should not have that credit card. And it's just being real. Like, build credit another way, get a car loan, do something else. But like, if you ever have a balance on a credit card, get rid of that credit card because it doesn't make sense. The rewards you make are minuscule compared to what you'll be paying in interest. So if you ever carry a balance, get rid of that damn thing. Well, look what we're building. Lego Titanic. This is the stern, the last bit. Nikki just texted me, though, saying that she's going to head into town, and I realized we've been going almost 5 hours, so I probably should wrap that up. I think we'll have to finish the Titanic on Friday, unfortunately, but we will certainly finish it on Friday. We are very, very close, so I will not finish it in the meantime. But until then, thank you, everybody, for hanging out with me and chilling. I always look forward to this. It's always a pleasure. And you guys make it extremely easy to hang out for long periods of time. So truly, truly, thank you for chilling with me. I appreciate it. Let me do this. Yeah, I'll be right up. And a crazy good turnout today. You guys are wonderful. You humble me all the time. So truly, truly, thank you, thank you, thank you. As for everybody else, thanks for hanging. I'll be back on Friday with a new video and with a new stream. Go check out the video I did on Forspoken that published earlier today. Go check it out. Much love, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your day. We'll get some new emojis added as well. And we'll have that ready for Friday's stream. So I'll look forward to it. Much love, everybody. And Dead Space. Yes, Dead Space 2. Woo, much love. I'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye. Yeah. Was that weird or what? That was weird. I'll take it back. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.